Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The alarm shrieked at 4:47 a.m. on November 15, 2024, dragging me from the depths of uneasy dreams. My wife stirred beside me, her breathing shallow in the pre-dawn darkness. I had been making this trek across the Mojave for 3 years now, every other Friday, carrying medical supplies to remote clinics scattered across the wasteland. The routine had become second nature, yet something about this particular morning felt different, wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. I dressed quietly, my movements mechanical in the dim light filtering through our bedroom curtains. The house felt unnaturally quiet, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Outside, the November air carried an unseasonable warmth that made my skin crawl. The weather reports had mentioned unusual atmospheric pressure, the kind that makes animals restless and sensitive people complain of headaches. Loading my sedan with the medical supplies, I noticed how my hands trembled slightly. The boxes contained standard equipment, bandages, antiseptics, emergency medications, but their weight seemed heavier today. Each container felt like it might contain something more sinister than healing supplies. The rational part of my mind dismissed these thoughts as pre-travel jitters, but deep in my gut, dread coiled like a living thing. My wife appeared on the porch, wrapped in her faded blue robe, her hair a mess of sleep-tousled brown. We exchanged our usual morning pleasantries, but her eyes held a concern I hadn't seen before. She kissed me goodbye with unusual intensity, her lips lingering against mine as if she were trying to memorize the moment. "Drive carefully," she whispered, her voice carrying an undertone of genuine fear. "Something feels off about today." I forced a reassuring smile, but her words echoed my own unspoken concerns. The engine turned over with a reluctant growl, and I pulled out of our driveway as the first pale fingers of dawn stretched across the horizon. In my rearview mirror, I watched my wife standing motionless on the porch until the house disappeared behind a rise in the road. The early morning traffic was sparse, just a few long-haul truckers and early commuters heading toward the interstate. As I merged onto Highway 95, the familiar landscape of suburban sprawl gradually gave way to the harsh, unforgiving terrain of the Mojave Desert. The transition always felt like crossing into another world, one where human concerns seemed trivial against the vast indifference of the wasteland. My phone rang as I reached the first checkpoint, my wife's ringtone cutting through the engine noise. I answered through the car's hands-free system, grateful for the company as the empty road stretched endlessly ahead. "How's the drive so far?" she asked, though I could hear the real question beneath. "Are you safe?" "Same as always," I lied, not wanting to voice the creeping unease that had been building since I woke. "Just me in the desert." But even as I spoke, I knew this trip would be different. The morning sun, now fully risen, cast the landscape in harsh, unforgiving light that seemed to expose every crack and crevice in the earth. The shadows fell in strange patterns, creating optical illusions that made me question what I was seeing. Distant mountains wavered in the heat shimmer, appearing and disappearing like mirages. The radio crackled with static, picking up fragments of distant conversations and emergency broadcasts that dissolved into white noise before I could make sense of them. I adjusted the frequency, searching for something stable, but every station seemed infected with the same electronic interference. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the static. As I drove deeper into the desert, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was irrational. There was nothing out here but sand, scrub brush, and the occasional buzzard circling overhead. But I couldn't shake the sensation that unseen eyes were tracking my progress. The desert had always felt alive to me, but today it felt hungry. The sun climbed higher, transforming the desert into a furnace of reflected light and shimmering heat waves. My conversation with my wife continued in fits and starts, punctuated by dead zones where the cell towers couldn't reach. During these silent interludes, the only sounds were the hum of the engine and the whisper of wind against the car windows. a sound that seemed to carry whispered warnings in a language I couldn't understand. Mile marker 127 passed by, then 128, each one marking my deeper penetration into the wasteland's heart. The landscape grew more desolate, more hostile. Stunted Joshua trees reached toward the sky like the arthritic fingers of buried giants, their twisted limbs casting shadows that resembled tortured human forms. Roadkill appeared with increasing frequency. Desert creatures that had made the fatal mistake of venturing onto the asphalt during the night. The remains were in various stages of decay, some fresh enough that I could make out the species, others reduced to sun-bleached bones and tattered fur. A coyote lay twisted beside mile marker 131, its jaw locked in what looked like a final scream. Its empty eye socket seemed to track my passage, and I found myself pressing harder on the accelerator without conscious thought. "Are you still there?" My wife's voice crackled through the speakers, startling me back to awareness. "Yeah, sorry, just focused on the road." I didn't mention the growing collection of dead animals or the way the temperature gauge on my dashboard had begun fluctuating erratically despite the engine running normally. She told me about her plans for the day, mundane domestic activities that seemed to belong to another universe entirely. As she spoke, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision and glanced at the passenger side mirror. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw something large and dark keeping pace with the car, running parallel to the highway about 50 yards out. When I looked directly, there was nothing but empty desert. The phenomenon repeated itself several times over the next few miles. Each time I caught a glimpse of movement, something that might have been an animal or a person or just a trick of the heat and light. But direct observation revealed only the endless expanse of sand and stone. My hands began to sweat despite the air conditioning, leaving damp prints on the steering wheel. At mile marker 134, I passed a historical marker I'd never noticed before, though I'd driven this route dozens of times. The bronze plaque was weathered and difficult to read, but I caught fragments. Tragic accident, November 15th, 1987. No survivors. The date made my blood freeze, exactly 37 years ago to the day. I tried to focus on my wife's voice, anchoring myself to the normalcy of her presence, but static began interfering with the signal. Her words became fragmented, distorted. "Be careful. Something's wrong. Can you hear?" Before dissolving into electronic chaos. "Hello? Are you there?" I called out, but the line had gone dead. The silence that followed felt different from the usual dead zones, heavier, more oppressive, as if something were actively preventing the connection. The road ahead shimmered with heat mirages that took on increasingly disturbing forms. What should have been simple atmospheric distortions began to resemble scenes of violence. Shadowy figures engaged in struggles, vehicles crashed and burning, bodies scattered across imaginary landscapes that dissolved when I tried to focus on them. My speedometer read 73 mph, well within the legal limit, but the sensation of speed felt wrong. The landscape outside my windows seemed to be moving too slowly, as if I were trapped in some temporal anomaly where time itself had become unstable. The sun, despite climbing toward its zenith, cast shadows at impossible angles that hurt to look at directly. A new sound began to penetrate the car's interior, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It reminded me of a massive heartbeat, or perhaps the rotor blades of some distant helicopter, though the sky remained empty of aircraft. The sound grew stronger as I approached mile marker 137, where the road began a series of curves that would wind through a particularly desolate section of the desert. It was here, as I navigated the first gentle bend, that I saw the motorcycle for the first time, a distant speck in my rearview mirror, approaching at a speed that defied both safety and sanity. The motorcycle grew larger in my mirrors with terrifying rapidity, closing a distance that should have taken minutes in mere seconds. Even from a considerable distance, I could see the rider's posture, hunched low over the handlebars, body language radiating an intensity that bordered on desperation. The bike itself was a sleek sport model, painted in colors that seemed to shift and blur in the desert heat, making it difficult to track visually. My attempts to reconnect with my wife failed repeatedly. The phone showed full signal strength, but every call went straight to a recorded message in a language I didn't recognize, guttural syllables that made my teeth ache. I tried the radio again, searching through frequencies that delivered only static punctuated by what sounded like distant screaming. The rider behind me was clearly exceeding safe speeds by a considerable margin. This stretch of highway was notorious for its deceptive turns. What appeared to be gentle curves from a distance often proved to be sharp bends with insufficient banking and inadequate sightlines. Posted speed limits dropped to 45 mph for good reason, though most drivers ignored the warnings until it was too late. I'd seen the aftermath of accidents on this road before. The desert's extreme conditions turned crash scenes into horrific tableaux. Metal superheated by the sun. Human remains desiccated beyond recognition. Personal effects scattered across square miles of wasteland where they would remain for decades. Search and rescue operations were complicated by the terrain and the way the desert seemed to swallow evidence, hiding bodies in ravines and gullies where they might never be found. The motorcycle continued its relentless approach, and I began to make out details that shouldn't have been visible at such a distance. The rider wore no protective gear beyond a helmet that appeared to be cracked or damaged, the surface reflecting light in fractured patterns. His clothing, or what I could see of it, appeared to be torn and stained, as if he'd already been in an accident. But that was impossible. There had been no other vehicles on the road, no signs of any incident. Unless... A chill ran through me despite the desert heat pouring through the windshield. What if I was witnessing something that had already happened? The historical marker's date echoed in my mind. November 15th, 1987. Exactly 37 years ago. The same date, the same stretch of road, the same deadly combination of excessive speed and unforgiving curves. I pressed harder on the accelerator, though I couldn't articulate why. Some primitive instinct was screaming at me to increase the distance between myself and the approaching rider, as if proximity to whatever was happening behind me might somehow trap me in its trajectory. The landscape around me began to change in subtle ways. The color of the sand shifted from its usual tan and gold to deeper, more ominous shades that reminded me of dried blood. The shadows cast by the sparse vegetation seemed to move independently of their sources, writhing and reaching across the highway like grasping fingers. Dead animals appeared with increasing frequency alongside the road, not just the usual roadkill, but creatures that seemed to have died in positions of terror, their limbs contorted as if they'd been fleeing something before death overtook them. A hawk hung motionless in the air above the highway, its wings spread but unmoving, as if it had been frozen mid-flight. The motorcycle was close enough now that I could hear its engine, a high-pitched whine that seemed to harmonize with the mysterious thumping sound that continued to pulse through the air. The combination created a rhythm that was almost hypnotic, threatening to lull me into the same reckless trance that had apparently overtaken the rider. Mile marker 139 flashed past, and I realized I was approaching the most dangerous section of the highway, a series of S-curves that dropped into a natural depression before climbing sharply toward a ridge. The curves were posted at 35 mph, with yellow warning signs spaced at regular intervals, but I'd watched countless drivers ignore the warnings and take the turns at highway speed. Most made it through safely, though with obvious strain on their vehicles and nerves. Some didn't. The motorcycle was now close enough that I could see the rider clearly in my mirrors. What I observed made no sense. His helmet was indeed cracked, with fractures running across the surface in a spiderweb pattern. But beneath the damaged visor, I caught glimpses of something that couldn't be right. Shadows where a face should be, or perhaps a face that was all shadows. His riding position was wrong too. Instead of the controlled crouch of an experienced motorcyclist, he seemed to be clinging to the handlebars with desperate intensity, his body language suggesting not skill, but barely controlled panic. Yet the bike continued its perfect trajectory, maintaining impossible speeds with mechanical precision. I was now doing 80 mph in a 65 zone, my speedometer needle dancing nervously as I tried to maintain distance from the approaching nightmare. The rational part of my mind insisted I was experiencing some form of heat-induced hallucination, that the combination of desert conditions and anxiety was creating false perceptions. But the motorcycle was real. Its engine noise was real. And the growing certainty that I was about to witness something unspeakable was more real than anything I'd ever experienced. The first of the S-curves appeared ahead, marked by a yellow diamond sign showing a curving arrow and the number 35. The motorcycle behind me showed no signs of slowing. If anything, its speed seemed to be increasing, the engine note climbing to a scream that made my filling ache. I eased off my own accelerator, hoping to create more distance, but the bike closed the gap with supernatural swiftness. As I entered the first curve, I watched in my rearview mirror as the rider approached the turn at what had to be close to 100 mph. The laws of physics dictated that he would either have to slow dramatically or leave the roadway entirely. There was no middle ground, no margin for error. The rider chose neither option. Instead, he seemed to accelerate into the curve, his bike leaning at an angle that should have sent him sliding across the asphalt in a shower of sparks and torn metal. But somehow, impossibly, the motorcycle held its line, defying both gravity and common sense as it carved through the turn with mechanical precision. I completed my own turn at a more reasonable speed and immediately faced the second curve, this one even sharper than the first. Posted signs warned of a 25 mph recommended speed, with additional placards showing the silhouette of an overturned vehicle. The desert floor beyond the guardrail dropped away into a rocky ravine where several wrecked cars from previous accidents lay rusting in the sand. The motorcycle was now close enough that I could see individual details that made my vision blur with incomprehension. The rider's leather jacket was shredded, revealing what looked like exposed ribs beneath, but not the white of bone. Something darker, something that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His gloved hands gripped the handlebars with such force that I could see the material bulging around his knuckles, as if tremendous pressure were building up beneath the surface. I took the second curve and immediately saw the third ahead, the sharpest of the series, where the road dropped suddenly before banking hard to the left. A concrete barrier stood between the highway and a nearly vertical drop of at least 100 feet. Metal scars in the barrier testified to previous impacts, and I'd heard stories of vehicles that had gone over the edge and simply vanished into the desert below. My phone buzzed with an incoming call, startling me so badly that I nearly jerked the wheel. The caller ID showed my wife's name, but when I answered, the voice that came through the speakers wasn't hers. "You should have stayed home today," the voice said. It was male, gravelly, speaking through what sounded like a throat full of sand. "Some things are meant to happen." I ended the call immediately, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. The phone rang again, but I ignored it, focusing all my attention on the approaching curve. In my mirrors, I could see the motorcycle entering the second turn, still maintaining impossible speed, still defying every law of physics and probability. The third curve rushed toward me, and I found myself trapped in a dilemma. If I maintained my current speed, I would successfully navigate the turn but would be perfectly positioned to witness whatever was about to happen to the motorcyclist. If I slowed down significantly, I might find myself too close to whatever catastrophe was approaching. I chose to slow down, dropping my speed to 40 mph as I entered the curve. The motorcycle behind me showed no such restraint. Through my mirrors, I watched it approach the deadly turn at undiminished speed, the rider's posture now more desperate than ever. For the first time since I'd noticed him, he seemed to be fighting the machine rather than controlling it, as if the bike had developed a will of its own. What happened next would haunt me for the rest of my life. Instead of attempting to navigate the curve, the motorcycle launched itself straight ahead, following the trajectory it had maintained throughout its impossible journey. The rider made no attempt to turn, no effort to brake. He simply held on as the bike left the roadway, soared over the guardrail, and disappeared into the abyss beyond. The silence that followed was more deafening than any explosion could have been. I pulled to the shoulder, my heart hammering against my ribs, and sat motionless for several minutes, trying to process what I'd witnessed. The rational explanation was obvious. A rider had taken the curve too fast and paid the ultimate price. It happened regularly on this stretch of highway. There was nothing supernatural about speed and stupidity combining with fatal results. But nothing about what I'd seen felt natural or explicable. My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone, muscle memory taking over as I dialed 911. The call connected immediately, but instead of the familiar voice of an emergency dispatcher, I heard only static punctuated by what sounded like distant screaming. I ended the call and tried again, with the same result. On the third attempt, a voice finally answered, but the connection was so poor that I could barely make out the words, "Emergency services. State your location." "There's been a motorcycle accident on Highway 95, mile marker 141, I managed to say, though my voice sounded strange in my own ears. "The rider went over the guardrail. I need to check if he's alive." The dispatcher's response dissolved into static, and the line went dead. I stared at my phone, noting that it still showed full signal strength, before shoving it into my pocket and grabbing my medical kit from the trunk. The guardrail where the motorcycle had gone over was marked by fresh scratches in the metal, evidence that what I'd witnessed had actually occurred. I approached the edge cautiously, dreading what I might see in the ravine below. The drop was even more severe than it had appeared from the road, a nearly vertical cliff face that fell away into shadows and broken stone. At first, I could see nothing in the gloom below. Then my eyes adjusted, and I began to make out shapes in the darkness. What I saw defied every expectation I'd formed about the crash. The motorcycle lay far below, but not in the mangled wreckage I'd anticipated. Instead, it appeared to be intact, sitting upright on its kickstand as if it had been gently placed there rather than hurled from the highway above. Even more impossibly, I could see a figure standing beside it, the same rider who should have been dead or dying from massive trauma. I called out, my voice echoing off the canyon walls. "Are you injured? Can you hear me?" The figure below turned toward the sound of my voice, and what I saw made my vision swim with vertigo that had nothing to do with the height. Where the rider's face should have been, there was only darkness, not shadow, but an absence of light so complete that it seemed to pull at my eyes, threatening to drag me into its depths. The figure raised one arm in what might have been a wave or a beckon, and I heard a voice drift up from the ravine, not shouted to cover the distance, but whispered, as if the speaker were standing directly beside me. "Come down. Come see what the desert has been hiding." Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, to get back in my car and drive away as fast as possible. But my medical training, my oath to help the injured, compelled me to find a way down to the crash site. I couldn't abandon someone who might be hurt, regardless of how strange the circumstances appeared. I found a game trail that switched back down the canyon wall. A narrow path carved by decades of flash floods and desert animals. Each step sent loose rocks clattering into the darkness below, the sound magnified by the canyon's acoustics into an avalanche of noise. The descent took 20 minutes that felt like hours, and with each step, the temperature seemed to drop despite the blazing sun overhead. The air grew thick and oppressive, carrying scents that didn't belong in the desert. Rot and decay, dampness and mold, the metallic tang of old blood. My breathing became labored, as if the atmosphere itself were becoming hostile to human lungs. When I finally reached the bottom of the ravine, I found myself in a landscape that seemed to exist in a different season, possibly a different century. The sand here was dark, almost black, and littered with debris that had clearly been accumulating for decades. Rusted car parts, bleached bones, fragments of clothing and personal effects, the detritus of countless accidents that had occurred over the years. But dominating the scene was the motorcycle, sitting exactly as I'd seen it from above. The machine appeared to be in perfect condition, its chrome gleaming despite the dim light filtering down from the canyon rim. The rider stood beside it, motionless, waiting. I approached cautiously, my medical kit clutched in white-knuckled hands. "Sir? Are you injured? I'm here to help." The figure turned toward me, and I got my first clear look at what I was dealing with. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, with dark hair and regular features that might have been handsome under different circumstances. But his skin had a waxy, unnatural pallor, and his eyes, when they caught the light, reflected like an animal's. "I've been waiting," he said, his voice carrying the same whispered quality I'd heard from above. "Waiting for someone to witness, someone to remember." "Remember what?" I asked, though part of me already knew I didn't want to hear the answer. He gestured toward the scattered debris around us. "All of this, all of us. We keep happening, over and over, but no one sees. No one remembers. The desert swallows the evidence, and the world forgets." As my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering into the ravine, I began to make out more details of the scene around me. What I had initially taken for random debris was actually organized in a disturbing pattern. The rusted metal, bleached bones, and scraps of fabric were arranged in rough circles, as if marking the locations of individual accidents. Each circle contained similar elements, vehicle parts that corresponded to a specific type of crash, personal effects that told a story of final moments, and always, at the center, a collection of bones that had been picked clean by scavengers and bleached white by the desert sun. "How long have you been here?" I asked the writer, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "Since November 15th, 1987, he replied, confirming my worst fears. "The same date, the same curve, the same ending. Every year I make the same ride, hoping someone will finally see, finally understand what this place really is." I looked around the ravine with new eyes, seeing it not as the result of random accidents over time, but as something more deliberate, more malevolent. The desert hadn't simply collected the refuse of human carelessness, it had been feeding on it. "There are others," the writer continued, gesturing toward the organized debris fields. "Carmen Delgado, 1987, crashed her Camaro in the same storm that took me. James Morrison, 1991, lost control trying to avoid a coyote. Rebecca Chen, 1998. No, wait, you said not to mention certain names." He paused, his reflection on the instruction unsettling me even more than his presence. "Susan Walker, 1998. Fell asleep at the wheel coming back from Las Vegas. David Price, 2003. Hydroplaned during a flash flood. Maria Santos, 2007. Rear-ended by a drunk driver and pushed over the edge." The list continued, each name representing a tragedy. A life ended violently in this god-forsaken place. But what disturbed me most was the pattern. Accidents occurring on the same date, November 15th, spanning decades but always returning to this specific location. "Why November 15th? I asked. "Because that's when it started," he replied. "The first one. Before any of us, before the highway was even built, something happened here that opened a door. The desert learned to hunger for more than water." I knelt beside one of the debris circles, examining what appeared to be the remains of a station wagon from the 1970s. Mixed in with the rusted metal were personal items, a child's toy, a woman's purse, a man's wallet with credit cards that had expired decades ago. But there were other things too, objects that didn't belong to any recognizable crash scene. Fragments of pottery that looked ancient, Native American in design. Arrowheads carved from obsidian. Bits of bone that appeared too old to belong to recent accidents. Whatever had been claiming lives at this location had been doing so for far longer than the modern highway system. "The Mojave tribes knew about this place," the writer said, as if reading my thoughts. "They called it the Hungry Ground. Said it was where the earth opened up and swallowed things. Animals, people, anything that carried life. They avoided it, told stories to keep their children away." He paused, his unnatural eyes fixed on something in the distance. "But then the white settlers came, and they didn't listen to the stories. Built a trading post right here in the canyon, Entire families disappeared, one by one, until there was no one left to tell what happened. And the highway? Built right over the old trading post. The engineers probably thought they were being practical, following the natural contours of the land. They had no idea they were feeding the hunger, giving it a steady supply of victims. I stood up, my legs unsteady. The medical kit in my hands felt absurdly inadequate for the situation I'd stumbled into. What do you want from me? Tell the story. Make people understand that this isn't just a dangerous curve or a coincidence of dates. Make them understand that some places are fundamentally wrong, that they exist to consume rather than sustain life. No one will believe me. Then the next November 15th, someone else will die here. And the next year, someone else. The cycle will continue because people refuse to acknowledge what they can't understand. I looked around the ravine one more time, trying to memorize details that would help me make sense of what I'd experienced. But even as I focused on individual elements, the organized debris, the ancient artifacts, the impossible survival of the motorcyclist, the scene seemed to be shifting, becoming less distinct. You're starting to forget already, the writer observed. That's how it protects itself. Memory becomes uncertain, details blur, and eventually, you'll convince yourself it was all a heat-induced hallucination. He was right. Even now, I could feel my recollection of the past hour becoming fuzzy around the edges, the supernatural elements fading, while the mundane explanations grew stronger. By the time I climbed out of the ravine, I would probably remember only a simple motorcycle accident and a routine rescue operation. Fight it, the writer urged. Write it down as soon as you get home. Record every detail before the desert steals them from your mind. The ascent from the ravine proved far more difficult than the descent. What had seemed like a manageable game trail going down revealed itself as a treacherous scramble over loose rock and crumbling sand. With each step upward, the temperature rose dramatically, as if I were climbing toward the surface of the sun rather than simply returning to the desert floor. My medical kit, which had felt light during the descent, now seemed to weigh 100 pounds. The straps cut into my shoulders, and the metal clasps grew hot enough to burn through my shirt. But worse than the physical discomfort was the growing sense that something was following me up the cliff face. I paused frequently to catch my breath and look back toward the bottom of the canyon. Each time, the scene below appeared different, sometimes showing the organized debris circles and impossible motorcycle, sometimes revealing only empty sand and scattered rocks. The writer was visible in some glimpses, absent in others, as if reality itself couldn't decide what version of events to present. During one of these rest stops, halfway up the cliff, I heard voices drifting up from below. Not the writer's whispered words, but a chorus of different speakers, men, women, children, all talking at once in overlapping conversations that made no sense individually but combined into a message of desperate warning. Don't let them forget. Tell someone who will listen. November 15th comes every year. The hungry ground is never satisfied. Remember our names. Remember what happened to us. I fumbled for my phone, thinking to record the voices, but the device showed no signal and wouldn't respond to any input. The screen remained black, despite multiple attempts to power it on, as if the canyon's influence extended to electronic devices. The final section of the climb was the most harrowing. The game trail disappeared entirely, forcing me to find handholds in the rock face while loose stones showered down from above. My hands were scraped raw by the time I hauled myself over the edge of the ravine and collapsed on the highway shoulder, gasping in the superheated air. My sedan sat exactly where I'd left it, looking ordinary and comforting after the nightmare I'd experienced below. But as I approached the vehicle, I noticed details that hadn't been there before, or that I hadn't noticed. A fine coating of sand covered the windshield despite the lack of wind. The tires had collected an unusual amount of debris, as if the car had been driven for miles over rough terrain rather than simply parked on asphalt. Most disturbing of all, The driver's seat was warm to the touch, as if someone had been sitting in it recently. I started the engine with shaking hands, desperate to put distance between myself and the accursed stretch of highway. But as I pulled back onto the road, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror that made my blood freeze. The guardrail where the motorcycle had gone over showed no signs of impact. The metal surface was unmarked, unbent, without even a scratch to indicate that anything had ever struck it. More impossibly still, there was no gap in the barrier, no opening through which a vehicle could have passed. I stopped the car and got out, walking back to examine the guardrail closely. The metal was old and weathered, marked by decades of desert storms and temperature extremes, but completely intact. Paint transfers from previous minor impacts were clearly visible, but none were fresh. None could have been made by a motorcycle just minutes before. Standing at the edge of the drop-off, I peered down into the ravine where I'd just spent the most terrifying hour of my life. What I saw below bore no resemblance to the scene I'd left minutes earlier. The canyon bottom was empty except for a few tumbleweeds and the usual collection of sun-bleached stones. No debris circles, no ancient artifacts, no impossible motorcycle sitting upright in the sand. Even the game trail I'd used for my descent was gone, replaced by a sheer rock face that no human could possibly climb. I returned to my car in a state of complete confusion, my mind struggling to reconcile what I'd experienced with what I was now observing. The most rational explanation was that I'd suffered some form of heat-induced breakdown, a complex hallucination brought on by dehydration and stress. But the scratches on my hands from climbing were real. The sand in my shoes was real. The ache in my muscles from the physical exertion was undeniably real. As I drove away from the cursed location, I tried my phone again. This time it worked perfectly, connecting immediately to emergency services when I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I thought I witnessed a motorcycle accident on Highway 95 near mile marker 141. But when I investigated, I couldn't find any evidence of a crash. There was a pause before the dispatcher responded. Sir, we haven't received any reports of accidents in that area today. Are you certain you saw something that required emergency response? I looked at the clock on my dashboard and felt a chill of recognition. According to the display, only 10 minutes had passed since I'd first spotted the motorcycle in my rearview mirror. 10 minutes for an experience that had felt like hours, for a climb that should have taken at least 30 minutes, for conversations and revelations that had seemed to last far longer than the available time would allow. Never mind, I told the dispatcher. I think I was mistaken. The remainder of my drive passed in a haze of confusion and mounting dread. Every mile marker seemed to mock my experience, counting off the distance from a location where something impossible had occurred, or hadn't occurred. The uncertainty was perhaps the most maddening aspect of the entire episode. I tried calling my wife several times, needing to hear her voice, to anchor myself to something normal and real. But each attempt went straight to voicemail, the same recorded greeting I'd heard thousands of times before, now sounding foreign and somehow threatening. When I finally reached the remote clinic that was my destination, I went through the motions of delivering the medical supplies like an automaton. The staff there noticed my distracted state, commenting that I looked like I'd seen a ghost. Their casual observation struck closer to the truth than they could have known. The drive home should have been routine, a simple reversal of the morning's journey. But as I approached mile marker 141, my hands began to shake on the steering wheel. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the highway, creating optical illusions that made every distant object look like a motorcycle approaching at high speed. I slowed to a crawl as I passed the location where everything had happened, or hadn't happened. The guardrail remained unmarked, the drop-off empty of anything but ordinary desert landscape. But something felt different about the place, as if it were watching me pass, noting my return, filing away my presence for future reference. Once I was safely past the cursed location, I pulled over and attempted to make sense of my experience by writing down every detail I could remember. But even as I tried to capture the events in words, I could feel them slipping away, becoming less distinct, more dreamlike. The rider's face, which had been so vivid during our conversation, now seemed blurred and indistinct. The organized debris in the ravine, which had been so clearly arranged in patterns, now seemed like it might have been random scatter that my stressed mind had imposed meaning upon. Even the physical sensations, the scratches on my hands, the ache in my muscles, began to feel like they might have other explanations. By the time I reached home, I was no longer certain what had actually occurred and what might have been elaborate fantasy. My wife greeted me with her usual warmth, asking about my day as if nothing unusual had happened. When I tried to explain my experience, the words came out jumbled and unconvincing even to my own ears. "You look exhausted," she said, studying my face with concern. "Maybe you should see a doctor. Heat stroke can cause hallucinations, you know." I nodded, accepting the reasonable explanation she offered. But that night, as I lay in bed listening to the desert wind whisper against our windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The world felt less solid, less reliable, as if I'd glimpsed the fragile boundary between the explicable and the impossible. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of endless highways and shadowy figures beckoning from roadside ditches. I woke repeatedly, checking the calendar on my phone, confirming that the date was indeed November 15th, that this day of strange occurrences was real and not just another layer of the dream. In the weeks that followed, I researched the history of Highway 95, looking for any evidence to support the writer's claims about the location's dark past. I found records of accidents at mile marker 141, more than the statistical average would suggest, but nothing that couldn't be explained by the dangerous curve and poor visibility conditions. The historical marker I'd noticed during my morning drive proved to be more elusive. On subsequent trips, I could never find it again, though I searched carefully each time I passed the location. Whether it had never existed or had simply been removed, I couldn't determine. What haunted me most was the specific nature of the rider's claims about November 15th. I made a point of driving that route every year on that date, watching for any signs of unusual activity. Some years passed without incident, reinforcing my belief that the entire experience had been a heat-induced hallucination. But other years I saw things in my peripheral vision that made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. A glimpse of movement in the ravine below the guardrail. The sound of an engine where no vehicle should be. Fresh scratches in metal that had been unmarked the day before. Never again did I experience anything as vivid and comprehensive as that first encounter. But the accumulation of small incidents, minor impossibilities, and unexplained coincidences gradually convinced me that something genuinely supernatural haunts that stretch of highway. I never found the courage to descend into the ravine again, though I sometimes stopped at the location and called down into the darkness, hoping for some response that would either confirm or deny what I'd experienced. The canyon remained silent, keeping its secrets buried beneath decades of wind-blown sand. Now, years later, I still make that drive occasionally, though I've retired from the medical supply delivery job that originally took me through the area. Each time I pass mile marker 141, I slow down and scan the surrounding desert, looking for signs of the impossible. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see a distant speck in my rearview mirror, approaching at impossible speed. And I remember the rider's words about cycles repeating, about some things being meant to happen. On those occasions, I press harder on the accelerator and pray to God that I never again become a witness to whatever eternal tragedy plays out on that cursed stretch of highway. Some stories are too terrible to observe, and some truths are too dangerous to know. But the writer was right about one thing. Memory fights against forgetting, even when forgetting would be a mercy. And so I carry the weight of that November day, uncertain whether I experienced supernatural horror or elaborate delusion. but certain that some places in this world are fundamentally wrong, hungry for human life and sustained by human suffering. The desert remembers everything, even when we try to forget. I'd been itching to get away for a while, between work, bills, and just life in general kicking me around. A weekend in the woods sounded like the perfect reset. Just me, my brother Drew, and our friend Vincent. No phones, no emails, no noise. Just trees, fire, and stars. We settled on a spot out in New Mexico, not the touristy parts. This was deeper, far from cell towers. Near the reservation line, but not quite on it. Drew knew the area from a hunting trip years back. He swore it was beautiful and quiet, and I didn't really care as long as it was far away from everything else. The drive took forever. Dirt roads that weren't really roads anymore. Just gravel, tire ruts, and dust for miles. We finally pulled up around 4 in the afternoon on Friday. It was hot, the kind of dry heat that soaks through your shirt but doesn't make you sweat. The silence struck me immediately. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something emptier. The area felt hollow, devoid of the usual forest sounds. Not even birds, just the soft whine of wind through dry trees and brush. I remember glancing at Vincent, who seemed to notice it too, his eyes scanning the tree line with slight unease. Some wildlife preserve, he joked, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. We set up camp fast. One big tent between the three of us, a little fire ring made of rocks, and coolers stuffed with beer and junk food. Typical guy stuff. We weren't trying to survive off the land or anything, just trying to relax. That first evening, as the sun began to set, the terrain transformed. The shadows stretched like fingers across our campsite, reaching toward us with every passing minute. There was something about the landscape. Jagged rock formations that looked almost human-like in silhouette. Trees twisted from years of harsh weather. I felt watched, though I tried to dismiss it as just being unfamiliar with the surroundings. "You feeling okay?" Drew asked, handing me a beer. "You keep looking over your shoulder." "Just making sure nothing's sneaking up on us," I laughed, but the sound felt forced even to my own ears. The first night was fine. We made burgers over the fire, drank a little too much, and sat up telling dumb stories from high school. It was calm. I remember thinking how good the stars looked out there, like you could fall into them if you stared too long. That first night I slept deeply, the exhaustion from the drive and setup overwhelming any lingering unease. I couldn't have known then what the coming days would bring. How quickly our simple camping trip would spiral into a nightmare that would haunt us long after we left those woods. Saturday morning dawned bright and clear. We hiked a nearby trail, explored a dried-up riverbed, and collected firewood for the evening. It was almost noon when Vincent first noticed the markings on the trees. "Hey guys, check this out," he called, standing before a large pine. Drew and I walked over to find strange symbols carved into the bark. Not fresh. The edges were weathered, the inner wood graying with age. They resembled arrows or directional markers, but warped somehow, pointing inward toward a central line. "Trail markers?" I suggested. Drew shook his head. "Not like any I've seen before." We found more as we continued, always in sets of 3, always facing the direction we were headed. Vincent took photos, fascinated by what he assumed were Native American markings or maybe signs from local hunters. I wasn't so sure. Something about their placement felt deliberate, like breadcrumbs leading us deeper. By late afternoon, we'd wandered farther than intended. The terrain became rougher, more isolated. Rock formations created natural corridors that funneled us along, and without discussion, we decided to head back to camp. The sun was beginning its descent, casting longer shadows through the trees. The forest seemed to compress around us, the spaces between trees narrowing. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Vincent asked suddenly, stopping to scan the tree line. I'd been feeling it all day. eyes tracking our movement from unseen vantage points. Drew laughed it off, but I noticed how he quickened his pace. We made it back to camp as dusk settled in. The temperature dropped rapidly once the sun disappeared, and we built the fire higher than necessary, creating a bubble of light that felt like protection. The second night started normally enough. We cooked hot dogs, drank beers, shared stories. But something had shifted in the atmosphere. The darkness beyond our firelight seemed thicker, more attentive. I kept glancing toward the trees, certain I'd catch movement if I looked quickly enough. It started weird right after sundown. We were sitting around the fire, Drew throwing pine needles in just to watch them spark, when we heard something move out in the brush. Not an animal sound, not really. It sounded like shuffling, slow, methodical, like footsteps but heavier somehow, like something dragging. We all froze. Drew grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but it didn't reach far. Just caught the trees and made shadows dance. Probably a deer, Vincent muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. I tried to shake it off too. Probably just the dark and a little beer messing with us. But the mood had shifted. It was like the woods had changed around us. Heavier, somehow. Like they were watching. Let's tell ghost stories, Drew suggested, trying to lighten the mood. But none of us really wanted to feed the growing unease. We turned in earlier that night, packing everything away carefully, making sure no food was left out to attract animals. Inside the tent, we talked quietly, as if trying not to be overheard by whatever lurked in the darkness. I read somewhere that mountain lions are coming back to this region, Vincent said, clearly trying to rationalize what we'd heard. Yeah, could be. Drew agreed too quickly. We should keep the fire going through the night. None of us wanted to be the one to step outside and tend it, though, so we let it die down, watching through the mesh window of the tent as our circle of safety shrank with the diminishing flames. Later that night, I woke up to a sound I still can't describe properly. Not fully. It was like breathing, but not human. Raspy and broken, coming from just outside the tent, low and close, like someone was crouched down right behind the fabric just listening, just waiting. I didn't say anything at first, just stayed still, eyes wide open in the dark, trying to convince myself it was nothing. I thought maybe Drew or Vincent had gotten up to take a piss, but when I turned slightly, I could see their shapes on the floor beside me. Both still, both asleep. The breathing went on for a full minute. Then zip, the sound of our tent zipper pulling down, slow as hell, tooth by tooth. I couldn't move. My body locked up completely, my mind screaming at me to grab the flashlight or yell anything, but I just lay there, eyes locked on the little entry flap, but it never opened. Eventually the breathing faded, and I heard it again, that dragging shuffle as it moved away from the tent, and disappeared into the brush. I didn't sleep after that, just laid there, staring at the ceiling, counting every heartbeat until dawn finally arrived. In the morning, I didn't say anything right away. I figured I was just overtired or maybe still a little buzzed from the night before. The forest looked benign in the morning light, just trees and rocks and scrubby underbrush. Normal, safe. I started the coffee while Drew and Vincent still slept, hoping the routine would settle my frayed nerves. When they emerged from the tent, I considered telling them about what I'd heard, but something held me back. What if they thought I was losing it? What if it really had been nothing? But then Vincent stepped outside and called for us in this weird voice, tight and sharp. You guys need to see this. We came out and there it was. Footprints all around the tent. Dozens of them. Bare feet, wide and long and misshapen. Like someone with a limp had been pacing around the tent over and over again. Some were smeared, drag marks. And in the dirt near the fire pit, something had been drawn. A symbol. Just a crude stick figure carved into the dust with a long vertical body and weird antlers or horns curling off the top. The limbs were long and bent out, like a spider. Did you do that? Drew asked Vincent, half laughing but with his voice cracking a bit. Vincent shook his head. I thought one of you did. No one said anything for a while. I could see both of them trying to process what we were seeing, to find some rational explanation that would allow us to continue our weekend without admitting we were terrified. Maybe someone's messing with us, Drew suggested, scanning the tree line. Maybe there are other campers. We haven't seen anyone else since we got here, I reminded him. Could be local kids, Vincent offered, playing pranks on the out-of-towners. We all nodded, clinging to this explanation even though none of us believed it. The footprints were too numerous, too deliberately placed. And that symbol, something about it made my stomach tighten whenever I looked at it. Should we pack up? I asked, finally voicing what we were all thinking. Drew, always the stubborn one, shook his head. And go where? Drive all night back to the city? No way. We're not letting some prankster ruin our weekend. Vincent nodded, though I could tell he was reluctant. One more night, then we'll head back in the morning. We packed up breakfast quick that morning and decided to spend the day away from camp. Maybe if we were gone, whoever was messing with us would get bored and move on. We hiked to a small canyon about 2 miles away, bringing lunch and plenty of water. The canyon was beautiful, red rock walls stretching up nearly 60 feet, ancient petroglyphs etched into some sections. We spent hours exploring, taking photos, trying to pretend everything was normal. But every time the wind picked up, bringing sounds from deeper in the canyon, we'd all freeze, listening intently. So, about last night, I finally said as we sat eating our sandwiches on a flat rock formation. Did either of you hear anything? Around 3 in the morning? They looked at each other, then at me. You mean the zipper? Vincent asked quietly. My heart stuttered. You heard it too? He nodded. I thought it was one of you guys going out to pee. I was half asleep. Drew was staring at us now, his sandwich forgotten in his hand. I woke up to breathing. Right outside the tent. I figured it was an animal sniffing around. We sat in silence, the implications settling over us. Someone, or something, had been outside our tent last night, watching us, maybe trying to get in. And now we knew it hadn't been a dream or my imagination. Should we call the rangers? Vincent suggested. Report it? Drew shook his head. No cell service, remember? We'd have to drive back to that gas station we passed, and that's a good hour each way. We could just leave, I said again. Pack up and go. But pride and daylight courage won out. We agreed to stay one more night, but with precautions. We'd take shifts staying awake. We'd keep the fire going all night. And we'd keep our knives and the hatchet close. As we hiked back to camp that afternoon, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Not just watched, but actively tracked. Every time I turned to look behind us, there was nothing there, just empty trail and silent trees. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger as we approached our campsite. The place was giving off bad vibes now. Something didn't feel right. The third night was the worst. We didn't drink that night. Didn't really talk much either. Just sat around the fire in silence, throwing in wood and trying not to jump at every creak or gust of wind. The tension was physical, like electricity in the air before a storm. I took the first watch, sitting with my back to the fire, facing the darkness. Drew and Vincent crawled into the tent around 11, but I doubt either of them slept much. Every sound from the forest seemed magnified, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional distant howl of what might have been a coyote. Around midnight, the woods went completely silent. No insects, no wind, nothing. Just absolute stillness that made my ears strain for any sound at all. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping from somewhere to my left. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on a tree trunk, keeping time to music only they could hear. I shone my flashlight in that direction, but saw nothing, just trees and shadows. The tapping stopped immediately. I waited, heart hammering, for it to resume, but instead a new sound emerged from the opposite direction. Whispering. So faint I could barely make it out, but unmistakably human-like. I woke Drew, unable to sit alone with the sounds any longer. He emerged from the tent, bleary-eyed but immediately alert when he saw my face. "Someone's out there," I whispered. "I can hear them." We stood back to back, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being observed intensified. Drew suddenly grabbed my arm, pointing into the trees. "There!" he hissed. Something moved. I saw it too. A flicker of movement about 30 yards out, a shadow separating from the darkness for just a moment before melting back in. "Hello?" Drew called out, voice steady despite everything. "We know you're there. What do you want?" Nothing. Just that awful silence pressing in from all sides. It was past midnight when we heard it. A voice. At first, we thought it was someone yelling from far away. Just one word screamed into the trees. "Help!" We froze. Then it came again. But it wasn't farther away. It was closer. "Help, please!" But the voice, it was off, like someone trying to imitate a human. The cadence was wrong. It sounded like it was coming from a throat that wasn't used to speaking. Drew stood up, grabbed the flashlight, and aimed it toward the sound. That's when we saw it. A shape. Just at the edge of the firelight. It looked like a man at first. Tall, naked, hunched forward. But its limbs were too long. Its arms dangled nearly to the ground. The skin was pale and patchy, like something half-rotted, and its head, it was tilted wrong, like it had no control over its own neck. It opened its mouth again. "Help! Help me!" it croaked. But now we could all hear it clearly. That wasn't a person's voice. It sounded like one, but it was warped, like it was pushing the words through a broken speaker. Drew dropped the flashlight. Vincent screamed as he emerged from the tent, and the thing, whatever it was, took one long step forward. We didn't think. We just ran. Grabbed what we could and bolted for the truck. Branches slapped our faces, thorns ripped at our clothes. But I didn't care. I just kept running. I don't even know how I got to the truck or found the keys, but somehow we did. Threw ourselves inside, slammed the doors, and I floored it. The headlights swept across the trees as we turned, and for just a moment, I caught a glimpse of it standing in the middle of our abandoned campsite. It was even taller than I'd thought, impossibly thin, with that same wrong angle to its head. It didn't chase us. It just watched, motionless as we sped away. We didn't stop until we hit a gas station about an hour out. It was one of those rundown places with a flickering sign and nobody inside except a tired-looking guy behind the counter. We must have looked crazy. 3 guys covered in dirt, sweat, and terror. The cashier didn't say anything at first, just stared. Finally, I told him, maybe stupidly, what happened. I didn't use the word skinwalker or anything, just said there was someone or something out there in the woods that didn't seem human. That's when his face changed. He looked us over real slow and said, "You boys weren't camping near Black Hollow, were you?" We looked at each other. That's exactly where we'd been. He just nodded. "Y'all lucky." "Lucky?" Vincent asked, still shaking. The man leaned in, voice low. "Ain't supposed to be up there this time of year. That's when they walk." He wouldn't say more. Just gave us this look like a warning, and rang us up for water and snacks without another word. We stayed in a cheap motel that night, didn't talk much, just lay in our separate beds, trying to pretend none of it happened. The drive home the next day was silent. Each of us wrapped in our own thoughts, jumping whenever one of us shifted or cleared a throat. We made a pact, without really discussing it, to never mention what we'd seen, as if saying it aloud would make it more real, would cement it in our realities in a way we couldn't handle. I dropped Vincent off first. He lived in an apartment downtown, surrounded by people and noise and light. Safe. Before he got out of the truck, he turned to me, eyes wide and serious. "Do you think it was real?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "What we saw?" I didn't know how to answer. "I don't know what it was," I finally said, "but we all saw it." He nodded, face grim. "Call me tomorrow, okay?" But something in his voice made me think he wouldn't pick up. Drew was next. He lived with his girlfriend in a little house in the suburbs. As he gathered his gear from the truck bed, he paused. "Hey," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Let's not tell anyone about this. They wouldn't believe us anyway." I agreed, watching him walk up the path to his front door. He looked back once, a quick glance over his shoulder before disappearing inside. I went home to my empty apartment, threw my gear in a corner, and took the longest, hottest shower of my life, as if I could wash away the memory of that thing at the edge of the firelight, the way its limbs didn't move right, that voice like a puppet learning human words. But I figured it was over. We'd gotten away. We'd left whatever that was behind in the trees, buried in the dust of some cursed stretch of wilderness. But then things started happening. Little things at first. The kind of stuff you'd brush off if it weren't for what we'd seen. The first night I was home, my dog, Rusty, wouldn't stop barking at the backyard. Just stood there at the sliding glass door, ears back, growling at nothing, hackles up, didn't move from that spot for hours. I figured it was a raccoon or something. I didn't go out to check, just closed the blinds and turned the TV up louder than normal. The next night, I found muddy footprints on the porch, bare feet, and I live alone. I tried to stay rational, told myself maybe it was a prank or some neighbor's kid messing around. Still, I locked all the doors, checked the windows twice before bed. Then the tapping started. It was around 3 a.m, maybe later. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, too wired to stay in bed. I woke up to this soft tap, tap, tap against the glass. Not loud, not urgent, just deliberate. I didn't move, just sat there, breathing shallow, listening. After a minute, it stopped. I waited another 5, then 10. Nothing. Eventually I stood up and peeked through the blinds. The porch was empty, but the air felt heavy again. That same pressure I remembered from the woods, like something was near, just out of reach. I turned every light on in the house that night. Slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow like an idiot. Told myself it was just my nerves. Until Drew called the next day. He hadn't spoken to me or Vincent since the motel. I figured he needed space. But when he called, his voice was different, strained, dry, like he hadn't slept. "I think something followed me," he said. I didn't say anything, just let him talk. He told me he'd been hearing things around his property at night, whispering, scratching, found claw marks on the side of his shed. His dog had gone missing 2 days before. "And the worst part," he whispered, "I saw it. I looked out my bedroom window last night, and I saw it in the yard, standing there. Same thing from the woods, I swear to God." I didn't want to believe him, not really. But I did, because that night it was my turn. I was brushing my teeth, just getting ready for bed, when I heard a voice, faint from outside. "Help!" My stomach dropped. I walked to the window above the kitchen sink, and for a second, just a second, I saw a shadow move across the backyard. A tall, crooked silhouette, hunched and slow. Then it was gone. The lights flickered. My phone glitched, just went black for a minute, then came back on. The next morning, I found the back gate open. I always lock it. Always. The grass looked trampled, flattened, like something had circled the house over and over again. I called Vincent. He didn't answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. That night he finally messaged me. "Bro, Are you seeing it too? Outside my window right now. It's just standing there. I called him. No answer. Just a text a few minutes later. It said my name. It said it in my voice. And then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, front door dead-bolted, shotgun across my lap. My fingers were trembling the whole time. The next morning, I drove to Vincent's place. His front door was locked, but his car was in the driveway. I knocked, rang the bell, pounded on the door. Nothing. I walked around to the back and looked through the window. That's when I saw the living room, completely torn apart. Couch cushions shredded, the coffee table split in half. Deep gouges in the floor, like claws. Not dog claws. Not anything normal. Deep, uneven slashes like something had raked the ground in a frenzy. And in the center of the room, sitting upright in the corner, was Vincent's phone. Just sitting there, screen cracked, still on. I didn't go in. I called the cops. They took it seriously, I guess, especially after seeing the state of the place. But Vincent was gone. No blood, no signs of a break-in. Just gone. Like he'd been taken. They asked me questions. I lied through most of them. I wasn't about to start talking about monsters from the woods or voices mimicking your name in the dark. They listed him as missing. That was it. Drew and I didn't talk for a few days. Then he called again. Said he was leaving. Moving. Going to stay with his uncle in Montana, off-grid. I can't be here anymore, he said. I don't think we're safe. I don't think anywhere's safe, but maybe if I'm far enough out, it won't find me again. I didn't argue. I understood. But I wasn't going to run. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to understand why it was doing this. Why it waited until we were home, safe, before it started tearing us apart. That night, I sat in front of my computer, the shotgun never far from reach, and started researching. If I couldn't outrun this thing, maybe I could understand it. Maybe knowledge would be protection enough. The internet was full of stories, some lurid and clearly fake, others chillingly similar to our experience. People camping in remote areas, strange figures at the edge of firelight, voices calling for help in the night, and afterward, the stalking. The sense of being followed, being hunted, even in supposedly safe places. Most disturbing were the stories of what happened to those who were taken. They were never found. Not their bodies, not any trace. Just gone, with destruction left behind. Claw marks. Chaos. And in many cases, a symbol like the one we'd seen. That crude stick figure with long limbs and antlers. I printed out dozens of articles, taped them to my wall, connected them with red string like some conspiracy theorist. I wasn't sleeping much anymore. Every noise outside startled me. Every shadow seemed to contain movement. But I kept digging, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I found it. An old forum post from someone claiming to be a ranger in New Mexico. He wrote about territorial markers in the forests near certain tribal lands. Symbols carved into trees or drawn in dirt that served as warnings to stay away. And more importantly, he wrote about how to counter them. If you see the Watcher's sign, he wrote, do not run. It wants the chase. Instead, make your own mark, a circle with a line through it, drawn in your own blood. This is the sign of protection from the old ones. It cannot cross this barrier. It sounded crazy, desperate. But I was becoming desperate myself. I stared at that post for hours, wondering if there was any truth to it, any hope. The tapping at my window had become nightly now, always at the same time, 3:12 a.m. exactly, always in the same pattern. And sometimes, when I was brave enough to look, I would catch a glimpse of that tall, wrong-shaped silhouette watching from the yard. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls, started boarding up windows and installing more locks. My neighbors probably thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. The lack of sleep, The constant fear, it was taking a toll. But I couldn't stop now. I had to understand. I had to find a way to end this. A week later, I started hearing scratching on my windows. It came every night at the same time, around 3:12 a.m. Just this slow, deliberate scritch across the glass. I recorded it once, listened back the next day. It wasn't just scratching. There was whispering underneath, barely audible. My name, over and over, whispered in my own voice. That was the night I almost lost it. I packed a bag, threw it in the truck, and just started driving. Nowhere in particular, just away. But 2 hours out of town in the middle of nowhere, my truck died. Lights went out, engine sputtered, just died. I sat there on the side of the road, pitch black outside, and I swear to God I could see something in the trees, watching. I turned the key over and over, and it finally started again, roared back to life like nothing had happened. I didn't go home after that. I crashed at a friend's place out of state for a few days, slept on the couch, kept the lights on. Nothing happened while I was there. No tapping, no voices, just peace. But I couldn't stay forever. Eventually I came back, and now, every night, the lights flicker. Every night the porch camera glitches, and every night at exactly 3:12 a.m. the motion sensor by the back door lights up. But there's never anyone there when I check the footage later. I tried calling Drew again, wanting to know if he was experiencing the same things, or if his escape to Montana had worked. The number was disconnected. I tried his girlfriend, but she just said he'd left weeks ago, hadn't heard from him since. He kept saying something was after him, she told me, voice tight with worry. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he was. Maybe we all were. I tried to check the online forums again for more information, but the post I'd found earlier was gone. Deleted. The entire forum shut down. It was like someone was systematically erasing any information that might help me. I started setting up cameras around my house, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me. Most nights they'd malfunction right around 3 a.m., just static or blackness during the crucial time. But one night, one camera caught something. It was at the edge of my yard, partially hidden by trees. That same tall figure, but the footage showed more detail than I'd seen before. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was almost translucent in places, stretched too tight over a frame that seemed more like twisted branches than bones. The head remained at that unnatural angle, but now I could see why. The neck was too long, bent backward, as if broken and never healed. And its eyes, two black hollows that reflected no light at all. Not looking at the camera, but at my bedroom window. Watching, waiting. I almost deleted the footage immediately. Some primal part of me screamed that having this image, this proof, was dangerous, that acknowledging the thing made it stronger. But I needed evidence. Needed to know I wasn't crazy. I saved the video to a drive and took it to the police station the next day. Told them I thought someone was stalking me, that I feared for my life. The officer looked concerned at first, then confused as he watched the footage. "Sir, there's nothing here," he said, turning the screen toward me. Where I'd seen the creature, clear as day, the screen now showed only empty trees and shifting shadows. The timestamp remained, but the figure was gone, erased somehow between my house and the station. The officer suggested I seek help, maybe talk to someone about anxiety and paranoia. He gave me a card for a mental health clinic. I took it, nodding, pretending to agree. But I knew what I'd seen, knew it wasn't just in my head. That night, things escalated. The tapping became pounding, violent impacts that made my windows rattle in their frames. The power cut out completely, plunging the house into darkness broken only by my emergency flashlight. And for the first time, I heard it speak inside the house. "Help me," my own voice called from the hallway. "Please help. I barricaded myself in the bathroom, shotgun aimed at the door, heart threatening to explode from my chest. The voice moved through the house, room to room, getting closer each time. The doorknob to the bathroom rattled, turned slightly, then stopped. Silence fell. Complete and absolute. I stayed there until morning, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. When sunlight finally crept under the door, I emerged to find my house in chaos. Furniture overturned, pictures smashed, walls gouged with those same claw marks I'd seen at Vincent's, and on every mirror in the house, drawn in what looked like ash, that symbol, the stick figure with antlers and long, twisted limbs. I remembered what the forum post had said about countering the mark. It seemed insane, but I was beyond logic now. I took a knife, cut my palm, and drew a circle with a line through it on every mirror, every window, every entrance to the house. I repeated the process outside, drawing the symbol in the dirt around the perimeter of my property. Then I waited. Night fell. The clock ticked toward 3:12 a.m. I sat in the center of my living room, shotgun ready, bloodied hand throbbing, straining to hear any approach. 3:12 came and went. Nothing. No tapping, no voices, no power outages. For the first time in weeks, the night passed quietly. I began to hope. Had it worked? Had the symbols actually protected me? I allowed myself a few hours of fitful sleep, waking to sunlight streaming through the windows. The sense of relief lasted until my phone rang. It was Drew's girlfriend again, her voice broken by sobs. "They found his truck," she managed. "In Montana. Empty. Just empty. But there were claw marks all over the inside and some kind of symbol drawn on the dashboard." My stomach dropped. So it hadn't stopped. It had just shifted focus, moved on to Drew while I'd temporarily warded it off. "I'm so sorry," I said, not knowing what else to offer. "The police think it was an animal attack," she continued. "A bear or something. But there was no blood, none at all. How could an animal attack leave no blood?" I had no answer for her. None that wouldn't sound completely insane. After I hung up, I stood in my kitchen, staring at the symbols I'd drawn in my own blood the night before. They were working, for now. But for how long? And at what cost? Had I just redirected this thing to Drew? Was I responsible for whatever had happened to him? I called the police station where Drew's case was being handled, pretending to be a concerned friend who had information. The detective was gruff but listened as I asked about details, about whether there were any leads. "Look, I can't share much," he finally said. "But I will tell you this isn't the first disappearance like this we've seen recently. Same pattern. Vehicle abandoned, no blood, those weird markings. Something strange is happening out there in those woods." I asked him how many cases, how far back they went. "At least 6 in the last year," he admitted. "All hikers or campers who ventured into restricted areas, all gone without a trace. So we weren't the first. And based on what had happened to Vincent and now apparently Drew, we wouldn't be the last. Something was in those woods. Something that attached itself to people, followed them home, and eventually took them. And I was still on its list." The protective symbols had worked for one night, but as I inspected them in the daylight, I noticed they were already fading, the blood drying to a dull brown, flaking away in places. I would need to renew them, to keep cutting myself open night after night if I wanted to stay safe. Or I could do what I knew I had to do. Go back to those woods. Find the source. End this. I don't talk to anyone about it anymore. I tried once. A friend at work. He gave me this look like I needed help. Like I was unraveling. Maybe I am. Maybe it's just trauma. Some part of my brain cracking from stress. But deep down, I know the truth. That thing from the woods. It's not just some cryptid or old story. It's real. And it wants something. Not to kill. Not at first. It wants you to see it. It wants to be known, to be feared, to be inside your life. Drew is still missing. No leads, no updates. Vincent, too, gone without a trace. And me? Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice. Help. Not from far away now. From inside the house. And I don't know what to do anymore. The protective symbols work, but each morning they need to be redrawn. Each morning another cut, another smear of blood. My hand is a mess of scars now, the pain constant. This isn't sustainable. I can't live like this forever, jumping at shadows, bleeding myself dry for temporary protection. So I've made a decision. Tomorrow, I'm going back to Black Hollow, back to where it all started. I've spent weeks researching, gathering any information I can find about the area, about similar disappearances, about rituals of protection that might be more permanent than my blood-drawn circles. An old Navajo text I found talks about confrontation, about facing these entities at their source, about reclaiming your own voice and name from them. It says they can only take those who run, those who allow fear to consume them. I don't know if it's true, but it's the only hope I have left. I've packed my truck with supplies, salt, white sage, cedar, iron nails, and other items mentioned in various protective rituals. I've written down everything I know, everything I've experienced in this journal. If I don't come back, at least there will be a record, a warning to others. Tonight is my last night at home. I sit by the window, watching the darkness gather outside. The protective symbols are still holding. No tapping, no whispers yet. But there's a pressure building, like the air before a storm. It knows I'm planning something. It can sense my intent. In the yard, just beyond the barrier of my blood-drawn circle, I can see it. Not hiding anymore, not lurking at the edges of vision. It stands fully visible, that impossible height, those wrong-angled limbs. Its head swivels slowly, black voids of eyes fixed on me through the glass. Watching, waiting. For the first time, I don't look away. I stare back, meeting that empty gaze. And I understand something I hadn't before. It's not just hunting me. It's studying me, learning me, becoming me in some twisted way. The thought makes my stomach churn, but I hold its gaze. Tomorrow, I say aloud, knowing somehow it can hear me. This ends tomorrow. The creature tilts its head further, neck bending at an angle that would snap human vertebrae. A sound emerges from it. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. An acknowledgement, perhaps. A challenge accepted. Dawn breaks, and I load the final supplies into my truck. The neighborhood is quiet, oblivious to the horror that has been unfolding in their midst for weeks. I take one last look at my house, knowing I may never see it again. The protection symbols have held through the night, but they're fading fast, brown blood turning to dust. The drive to New Mexico feels different this time. No excitement, no anticipation of relaxation. Just grim determination and fear churning in my gut. The roads become familiar as I approach Black Hollow. The same gravel paths, the same twisted trees. It's exactly as I remember, yet somehow more sinister in daylight. I park at the trailhead, a quarter-mile from where we camped that weekend. The forest is silent around me, not even wind disturbing the leaves. Waiting. I gather my supplies, a backpack filled with protective items, a knife, a flashlight. The shotgun stays in the truck. I know somehow it would be useless against what I'm facing. The hike to our old campsite is eerie. The forest feels dense, compressed, like it's leaning in toward the path. I keep my eyes forward, refusing to look for movement in the periphery. The symbols we found carved in trees weeks ago seem more numerous now, or perhaps I'm just noticing them more. They all point inward, toward the center of the hollow. Our campsite is untouched, the fire ring still there, the flattened grass where our tent stood. And in the center, fresh in the dirt, that symbol. Larger now, more detailed. The stick figure with antlers and twisted limbs. It wasn't here when we fled. Something has drawn it recently. waiting for me. I set up my own circle, salt poured in a perfect ring, iron nails driven into the ground at cardinal points, sage burning in the center. I sit cross-legged inside this barrier and wait as the sun begins its descent. The text said I must confront it at dusk, the time between worlds, when barriers are thinnest. Hours pass. The forest grows darker, shadows lengthening. I maintain my position, focusing on steady breathing, on keeping fear at bay. This entity feeds on terror. I believe that now. It grows stronger with each quickened heartbeat, each panicked thought. When dusk finally arrives, the transformation is immediate. The air thickens, becomes heavy in my lungs. Sounds emerge from all directions, whispering, scratching, that familiar tap 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 on tree trunks. Movement flickers at the edges of my vision, but I keep my gaze fixed on the symbol in the dirt. I know you're here, I say, voice stronger than I feel. I've come to end this. The whispering intensifies, becoming a chorus of voices. Some I recognize. Vincent's laugh, Drew's sarcastic tone, my own voice calling for help. They circle around me, incorporeal yet pressing against my protective barrier, testing its strength. Then silence falls again. Complete. Absolute. And it appears, stepping from between trees that seem to bend away from its passage. Taller than I remembered, its limbs longer, its body more twisted. The head still at that wrong angle, black void eyes fixed on me. It stops at the edge of my circle, head tilting as it examines my barrier. A sound emerges from it, that broken, raspy breathing I first heard outside our tent. You came back, it says, using my voice perfectly now. No distortion, no mechanical quality, just my voice, as if coming from my own mouth. To finish this, I reply, fighting to keep my voice steady. Finish? It asks, circling my barrier slowly. Nothing ends, it only changes, becomes something new. I follow its movement, turning to keep it in sight. What are you? A sound that might be laughter. I am what walks between, what watches, what waits. What did you do to my friends? It pauses, head tilting further. They ran, you stayed. Where are they? Here, it says, gesturing to itself. There. Everywhere. Part of the watching now. My blood runs cold at the implication. That my friends aren't just gone. They've been absorbed somehow, become part of this entity. Their voices, their memories, parts of them still exist within it. And that's what you want from me, I say, not a question. You are different, it replies. You came back. Voluntary offerings are rarer, stronger. I'm not offering myself. That broken laughter again. Yet here you are. The entity moves closer to my barrier, one elongated finger reaching out to touch the line of salt. It hisses, withdrawing slightly as the salt glows faintly on contact. Protections, it says, almost amused. They will not last. They don't need to, I reply, reaching into my backpack. I just need them long enough. I withdraw the final item from my pack. A small mirror, its surface inscribed with the counter symbol I'd been using at home. The circle with a line through it, drawn in my blood. The entity recoils slightly, those void eyes narrowing. Reflections can be problematic. That's what I'm counting on, I say, raising the mirror toward it. You've been taking from us, our voices, our forms, our fear. Now I'm taking back. I begin reciting the words from the Navajo text, ancient phrases that feel strange on my tongue, but powerful nonetheless. As I speak, the mirror's surface begins to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. The entity shrieks, a sound that contains multitudes, dozens of voices crying out at once. It lunges toward my barrier, clawed hands striking against the invisible wall created by salt and iron. The mirror in my hands grows hot, painfully so, but I continue the chant, holding it steady, pointed at the creature. Its form begins to waver, like heat rising from asphalt, portions of it seeming to peel away, drawn toward the mirror's surface. I hear Vincent's voice clear as day. "Keep going." Then Drew's. "It's working." The entity thrashes, its form stretching, distending as pieces of it are pulled into the mirror. The void eyes fix on me one last time, and I hear my own voice emerge from it once more. This changes nothing. I am always watching. With a sound like air rushing from a vacuum, the entity collapses inward, drawn into the mirror in a spiral of darkness. The glass cracks but holds, a web of fractures spreading across its surface. Within the cracks I can see movement, shadows shifting, faces forming briefly before dissolving again. Then stillness. The forest exhales around me, normal sounds returning, insects chirping, leaves rustling. My protective circle remains intact, but the mirror in my hands feels heavy, alive with captured energy. I don't know if I've destroyed the entity or merely contained it. The texts weren't clear on that point. All I know is that the pressure is gone. That sense of being watched, being hunted, has lifted. Whether temporary or permanent, I've bought myself time. I carefully wrap the mirror in a cloth inscribed with protective symbols and place it back in my pack. The forest feels different now. Not friendly exactly, but neutral. No longer actively hostile. As I hike back to my truck, I think about Drew and Vincent. Are they truly gone? Or is some essence of them trapped within that mirror now, along with the entity that took them? The thought is both horrifying and strangely comforting. At least they're not suffering anymore. At least there's some form of closure. Back at the truck, I place the wrapped mirror in a box lined with salt and iron filings, then seal it with wax mixed with sage ash. I don't know what to do with it long term. Perhaps bury it somewhere remote or find someone with more knowledge who can handle it safely. All I know is this. The thing from the woods, it's not just some cryptid or old story. It's real. And while I may have contained it for now, I don't believe for a second that it's gone completely. These entities don't die. They wait. They watch. They find new ways to reach through the barriers between their world and ours. So I remain vigilant. I check my doors twice before bed. I renew protective symbols regularly. And I never, ever answer when I hear a voice calling for help in the night. Because now I know. I didn't bring it back. It followed. And somewhere, somehow, it's still watching. The September air carried an unexpected chill as I loaded the last of my gear into my backpack. My 3 companions, Jordan, Mia, and Ben, were already packed and waiting beside the trailhead sign for the Blackwater Ridge Trail in Colorado's Roosevelt National Forest. We had been planning this 4-day backcountry hiking trip for months, carefully mapping our route through some of the most isolated terrain in the state. Weather report says clear skies until Tuesday, Jordan announced, scrolling through his phone before tucking it into his pocket. After that, we should be heading back anyway. I nodded, adjusting my pack straps. Perfect timing then. Once we hit the Cascade Valley Junction, we'll be completely off-grid. That's the whole point, isn't it? Mia grinned, her experienced eyes scanning the forest edge. 4 days of actual wilderness. No cell service, no tourists, no interruptions. Ben looked less enthusiastic. This was his first major backpacking trip, and I caught the nervousness in his darting glances. The rangers at the station mentioned there have been some incidents with wildlife lately, something about unusual predator behavior. I shrugged it off. Black bears getting into food caches, probably. We know the drill. Hang our supplies, make noise on the trail, carry bear spray. As we set off, the forest welcomed us with the familiar symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. The trail began relatively well-maintained before gradually narrowing and becoming less defined as we pushed deeper into the wilderness. By late afternoon, we had covered nearly 8 miles of increasingly difficult terrain. "This spot seems good for tonight," I suggested as we reached a small clearing near a stream. Water source, flat ground, natural windbreak from those rocks. Camp setup was efficient, each of us falling into our assigned roles from previous trips. As twilight approached, we gathered around our small cooking stove, the forest darkening rapidly around us. "Did anyone bring marshmallows?" Ben asked, his earlier anxieties seemingly forgotten. Mia laughed. "This isn't car camping, city boy. We're traveling light." The night settled in completely, our headlamps creating small islands of light in the vast darkness. The fire restrictions meant no campfire, leaving the woods around us pitch black beyond our immediate vicinity. That's when I first noticed something odd. The forest had gone completely silent. "Listen," I whispered, raising my hand. "To what?" Jordan asked. "Exactly, nothing. No insects, no night birds, nothing." We all fell quiet, the sudden absence of natural sound creating an uncomfortable void that pressed against our ears. "Probably just the weather change," Mia offered, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Ben shifted uncomfortably. "I read somewhere that predators cause that. Prey animals go silent when something dangerous is nearby." "Thanks for that comforting thought," Jordan muttered. I stood up, shining my headlamp in a slow arc around our campsite. The beam caught nothing unusual among the trees, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The darkness between the pines seemed to pulse with something just beyond perception. "I'm going to check our food bag," I announced, needing a practical task to ground myself. As I approached the tree where we'd hung our supplies, my light caught something on the forest floor that stopped me cold. Fresh tracks in the soft earth. Not bear or mountain lion as I would have expected, but something that looked unsettlingly close to human footprints. Except they were distorted somehow, the toe impressions too long, the arch too high. I knelt for a closer look, careful not to disturb them. They circled our campsite completely, forming a perimeter around us. What disturbed me most was their deliberate pattern. Whoever or whatever had made them had been methodically encircling our position, gradually tightening the loop. I decided not to mention this to the others yet. No sense causing panic on the first night. But as I returned to our camp, I discreetly moved my knife from my pack to my pocket and positioned myself where I could watch the darkest section of the surrounding forest. "Everything secure?" Mia asked. "All good," I lied, forcing a smile. Later, zipped into our separate tents, I lay awake listening to the continued unnatural silence. Around 2 a.m., that silence broke, not with the normal sounds of the forest returning, but with a single prolonged sound that made my skin crawl. From the distance came what I can only describe as a human voice attempting to mimic a coyote howl. The pitch was wrong, the cadence unnatural, rising in a way that seemed both questioning and mocking. I fumbled for my flashlight, hearing Ben's frightened whisper from his tent. "Did you hear that?" "Probably just a coyote with a weird voice," I whispered back, not believing it myself. The sound came again, closer this time. Then another answered from the opposite direction. No one in our camp slept for the remainder of that night. Dawn brought relief, the oppressive darkness receding as pale light filtered through the trees. We gathered around our stove for coffee, the mood subdued and eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. "So we all heard it," Jordan confirmed, his usual bravado noticeably diminished. "Those weren't normal animal sounds." "Could have been other hikers messing around," Mia suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. Ben looked pale. "At 2 a.m., miles from any campground or trail. Who would be out there?" I hesitated before speaking. "I found something last night that I didn't mention. Tracks around our campsite. They looked almost human." "Almost?" Mia's eyebrows raised. Something was off about them. Too elongated, and they circled our entire camp. Jordan stood abruptly. "We should report this when we get back. Probably some weirdo stalking hikers. We're already a day's hike from the trailhead, I pointed out, and today's route takes us even deeper in. If we turn back now, we'd still be camping another night in the forest. We debated our options, ultimately deciding to continue to our planned destination, a remote alpine lake that would give us better visibility and fewer approach points than our current forested location. Safety and openness rather than retreat. As we hiked that day, the forest felt different. Birdsong returned, but sporadically, creating pockets of sound followed by stretches of silence. The trail became faint, forcing us to navigate more by map and compass than by path. By midday, an uneasy feeling had settled between my shoulder blades, the persistent sensation of being followed. "Hold up," I called, stopping suddenly. The others paused, watching as I slowly backtracked to examine a section of the trail we'd just passed. There in the duff and pine needles was a clear boot print, one that hadn't been made by any of us. It was recent, the edges still sharp. "Someone's behind us," I said quietly. "These weren't here when we came through." Mia frowned. "Rangers, maybe? This far out, without announcing themselves?" Jordan shook his head. "Not likely." Ben's voice trembled slightly. "My uncle works search and rescue in Montana. He told me stories about backcountry stalkers, people who live off the grid and follow hikers, sometimes for days, watching them." "Great," Jordan muttered. "Just what we needed to hear." We continued with new wariness, frequently checking behind us. I noticed Ben repeatedly reaching for his bear spray, keeping it accessible in his side pocket. The day grew unseasonably cold as clouds gathered, diffusing the sunlight into a gray haze that made the forest appear washed out and dreamlike. Around mid-afternoon, we stopped at a stream crossing for water and a quick rest. As I filtered water, I noticed something downstream, a crude arrangement of sticks forming what looked like a small arch or doorway, about 2 feet high, constructed on the opposite bank. "Did one of you make that?" I asked, pointing. Everyone shook their heads. "Might be from other hikers," Mia offered, but her expression betrayed doubt. "Or kids playing," Jordan added unconvincingly. The structure was too deliberate to be natural, yet served no practical purpose I could discern. As I stared at it, Ben gasped, pointing farther upstream. "There's another one, and another beyond that." He was right. Following the stream's curve were several identical structures, spaced exactly 20 feet apart, creating a line that vanished around the bend. "Somebody's messing with us," Jordan concluded, his voice tight. "Has to be." We left quickly, pushing harder toward our destination. The trail steepened as we ascended toward the alpine zone, legs burning with exertion. I was grateful for the physical challenge. It gave me something to focus on besides our growing unease. As dusk approached, we finally reached the lake, a mirror-smooth expanse of water cupped in a rocky basin. The tree line ended about 100 yards back, giving us the open visibility we'd hoped for. We made camp on a flat area of granite with a commanding view of the approach from the forest. Dinner was a quiet affair, fatigue and tension dampening conversation. As night fell, we agreed to take watches in 2-hour shifts. I volunteered for the first, settling on a rock outcropping with my headlamp dimmed and knife within reach. The nearly full moon provided enough light to see the edge of the forest and the open ground between. For the first hour, nothing moved except the occasional ripple across the lake's surface. Then, as the second hour began, I noticed something at the tree line. A figure standing motionless between 2 pines. I blinked hard, wondering if fatigue was causing me to see things. But when I looked again, it was still there. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette, standing partially obscured by a tree trunk. It made no attempt to hide, yet remained absolutely still. I nudged Jordan, who was sleeping closest to me, and silently pointed. He squinted into the darkness, then stiffened. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. As if in response to his voice, the figure stepped forward into the moonlight. I couldn't make out details at that distance, but something about its proportions was wrong. Limbs too long, movements too fluid, yet somehow jerky, like a puppet with too many joints. Jordan fumbled for his flashlight, pointing the beam toward the tree line. The light reached halfway across the open ground but couldn't penetrate the distance to the trees. When we looked again, the figure was gone. "Wake the others," I said quietly. "We're not sleeping separately tonight." We huddled together under the open sky, taking turns watching until dawn. Twice more during the night we saw the figure, once at the tree line again, and once, disturbingly, much closer, standing on a boulder about 50 yards from our position. Each time when we directed light toward it or made noise, it would vanish. None of us spoke about what we'd seen. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement that putting it into words would make it too real. Morning revealed something that sent ice through my veins. A line of those same stick structures, at least 30 of them, had appeared during the night, forming a semicircle around the lakeside of our camp. Beyond them, at the tree line, a crude symbol had been created on the ground using rocks and broken branches, a spiral with a vertical line bisecting it. "We're leaving," Jordan announced, already stuffing his sleeping bag into its sack. "Now, back to the trailhead." No one argued. We broke camp in record time, forgoing breakfast in favor of quick energy bars eaten on the move. The return journey required traversing the same trail, but we agreed to push hard, hoping to cover in one day what had taken us nearly 2 to hike in. The morning was unnaturally still, even the wind seeming to hold its breath. As we re-entered the forest, I noticed Mia repeatedly checking her compass, frowning each time. "Problem?" I asked. "Something's off with the readings," she admitted. "It's spinning, then stopping at different points. Interference, maybe?" I checked my own compass and found the same issue, the needles swinging erratically before settling in directions that contradicted our map. We would have to navigate by landmarks and the sun, which was increasingly obscured by thickening clouds. The day grew darker as we descended, premature twilight settling among the trees. Without reliable compasses, we found ourselves second-guessing our route at each junction. By mid-afternoon, an uncomfortable realization dawned on me. We were no longer on the trail we had come in on. "This doesn't look familiar," Ben voiced what we were all thinking. He was right. The forest here was older, the trees massive and gnarled with age. Thick carpets of moss covered fallen logs, and the undergrowth was sparse, not the dense thickets we'd pushed through on our way in. Jordan consulted the map, trying to determine where we'd gone wrong. "We must have turned north at that last stream crossing instead of northeast. If we correct now, we should intersect the main trail within a couple miles." As we adjusted our course, the first raindrops began to fall, light at first, then quickly intensifying into a steady downpour that soaked through our rain gear. Visibility dropped dramatically, the forest dissolving into gray sheets of water punctuated by the black silhouettes of trees. "We need to find shelter and wait this out," Mia called over the hissing rain. "We can't navigate in this." Through the deluge, we spotted a rock overhang creating a shallow cave-like space. Not ideal, but enough to get out of the direct rain. We huddled underneath, watching water cascade off the edge of the rock like a curtain. "At least this will wash away our tracks," Jordan attempted to joke, but the words held an undercurrent of genuine relief. As we waited, the rain seemed to intensify rather than diminish. The afternoon light faded rapidly, and I realized we would likely be forced to make camp here for the night, exactly what we had hoped to avoid. "I'm going to gather some downed wood before everything gets completely soaked," I announced. "If we can find enough dry material under the overhang, we might actually have a small fire tonight. We're far enough from the dry zones that fire restrictions shouldn't apply here, especially in this rain." Ben looked alarmed. "You're going out there alone?" "Just within sight of the shelter," I assured him. "And we need the morale boost of a fire." I ventured out, staying within 30 yards of our rocky refuge, collecting fallen branches that still had dry undersides. The forest floor was littered with potential fuel, and I soon had an armful of promising wood. That's when I heard it, a sound so out of place that I initially couldn't process what I was hearing. From somewhere in the rain-drenched forest came the clear, unmistakable sound of a flute or whistle, playing a simple three-note melody that repeated with mechanical precision. I dropped the wood and sprinted back toward the overhang, nearly slipping on the slick ground. "Do you hear that?" I gasped as I rejoined the group. They listened, faces tightening as the melody drifted through the rain. 3 notes, pause, 3 notes, pause, endlessly repeating. "Who would be playing music out here?" Ben whispered. "It's calling us," Mia said softly, her eyes wide. "Or calling something to us." The melody continued, maintaining its distance, neither approaching nor receding. After perhaps 10 minutes, it finally stopped, leaving only the sound of rain. "We need to leave," Jordan decided. "Rain or no rain, we can't stay here." We hurriedly repacked our minimal gear, leaving the shelter despite the downpour. The forest had grown darker still, forcing us to use our headlamps despite the early hour. We moved in a tight group, Jordan taking the lead with the map protected inside a waterproof case. The rain gradually subsided to a light drizzle, but the cloud cover remained impenetrable, leaving us in a perpetual twilight. We pushed on, desperately hoping to find familiar terrain. That's when disaster struck. We reached a ravine that had transformed into a raging torrent from the rainfall. The trail, or what we thought was the trail, continued on the other side, but crossing looked treacherous. "There must be a better crossing point," Mia shouted over the roar of water. "We'll split up," Jordan decided. "Ben and I will go upstream, you two check downstream. Whoever finds a crossing point, wait there. Don't attempt to cross alone. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes if neither group finds anything." I wanted to protest the separation, every horror movie I'd ever seen screaming warnings in my head. But the logic was sound. We'd cover more ground, and with the pair system, no one would be alone. Mia and I headed downstream, following the ravine's edge. The gray light was fading fast, and I repeatedly checked my watch, determined not to exceed our 30-minute limit. 20 minutes into our search, we found what looked like a possible crossing. A fallen tree that spanned most of the gap, with only a short jump needed at the far end. "Let's go back and get the others," I said. Mia nodded, already turning to retrace our steps. That's when we heard it. A scream, distant but distinct, coming from the direction we'd left Jordan and Ben. We ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, calling their names. The forest seemed to swallow our voices. The only response, the steady drip of water from leaves. When we reached the original meeting point, neither Jordan nor Ben was there. "Jordan?" I shouted. "Ben?" Nothing. "They must have gone upstream farther than planned," Mia reasoned, though her voice trembled. "Or maybe they found a crossing and went ahead." "Without waiting for us?" After we heard a scream. We stood in indecision, the forest growing darker by the minute. Finally, I made a choice. We need to follow them upstream. If something happened, they might need help. We set off in the direction they had gone, headlamps cutting weak paths through the gloom. After 10 minutes of careful progress, Mia grabbed my arm, pointing silently ahead. There on the muddy ground was Ben's backpack, contents spilled across the forest floor. His sleeping bag had been unrolled and laid out flat, his clothing scattered in a radius around it. Of Ben himself, there was no sign. "Something's not right," Mia whispered unnecessarily. I knelt to examine the scene, looking for signs of a struggle or accident. What I found instead made no sense. Ben's clothes hadn't been torn or damaged, but rather precisely arranged in a bizarre pattern, forming a crude outline of a human figure on the ground. "Jordan!" I called again, desperation edging my voice. "Ben!" The forest remained silent. As I turned to Mia, something caught my eye. A flash of color against the trees that didn't belong. Jordan's red rain jacket hung from a branch about 6 feet off the ground, swaying slightly in the gentle breeze that had followed the rain. We approached cautiously. The jacket was empty, sleeve arms outstretched as if in welcome or warning. Pinned to the front was a piece of paper, protected from the rain by the jacket's water-resistant material. On it, drawn in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, was the same spiral with line symbol we had seen by the lake. "We need to get out of here," Mia whispered. "Now." I agreed, but a new problem presented itself. Which way was out? Without our companions, without functioning compasses, and with the last of the daylight fading, we were effectively lost in a forest that suddenly felt malevolent in its vastness. We decided to follow the ravine downstream to the crossing we'd found. From there, we would pick a direction and maintain it, hoping to eventually hit a trail or road. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. As full darkness descended, we made our way carefully across the fallen tree bridge, the water below having receded slightly but still flowing with threatening speed. On the far bank, we paused to get our bearings. That's when we heard the flute again. The same three-note melody, but this time from multiple directions at once, as if we were surrounded by invisible musicians. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, disorienting in its omnipresence. We ran blindly, desperation overriding caution. The music followed, always maintaining its distance, herding us deeper into unknown territory. Eventually, physical exhaustion forced us to stop, collapsing against the base of a massive pine. "It's toying with us," Mia gasped between breaths. I had no counter-argument to offer. We spent that night huddled together at the base of the pine, taking alternating watch shifts. The flute music stopped after our flight, replaced by occasional sounds that might have been footsteps circling our position, just far enough away to remain unseen in the darkness beyond our light. Dawn brought no comfort, a gray, misty morning that limited visibility to perhaps 50 yards in any direction. We ate the last of our emergency rations, saving only a few energy bars for what we hoped would be our final push to safety. If we keep moving downhill, we should eventually reach a road or settlement, I reasoned, trying to infuse confidence into my voice. Water flows downhill. Civilization tends to be in valleys. It's our best chance. Mia nodded, her face drawn with fatigue but eyes still alert. And we stay together, no matter what. We began our descent through the mist-shrouded forest, constantly scanning for landmarks or signs of human presence. The terrain grew increasingly unfamiliar. Rock formations I didn't recognize, tree species that seemed out of place for the region. Around midday, we stumbled upon something that stopped us in our tracks, a small, crude cabin nestled between towering pines. Its construction was primitive, rough-hewn logs stacked and sealed with mud, a roof made of overlapping bark slabs, a single door hanging slightly ajar. "Hello?" I called cautiously. "Anyone there?" Silence. "We shouldn't," Mia whispered as I took a step toward the structure. "It might have supplies," I countered. "A map, a working compass, something to help us navigate. Or it might belong to whatever's been stalking us." I hesitated, weighing the risks. Desperation won. "I'll be quick. Just a look." The cabin door creaked as I pushed it open. The interior was a single room, dim even in daylight. As my eyes adjusted, I made out sparse furnishings, a table, a chair, a crude bed frame with what looked like an animal hide stretched across it. The walls, however, drew my complete attention. Every inch of available space was covered with drawings, crude, childlike renderings in what appeared to be charcoal and red ochre. They depicted stick figures in various poses, many with exaggerated limbs and distorted proportions. Interspersed among them were the now familiar spiral symbols, hundreds of them, varying in size from tiny markings to designs that spanned several feet. On the table lay an open journal, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was cramped and increasingly erratic as the entries progressed. I scanned the most recent pages. Day 47. They continue to watch from the trees. Not human, not animal. The Navajo were right about skinwalkers. I've seen one change now. God help me. Day 51. The mimicry is perfect until you hear the slight wrongness in the voice. They called using Richard's voice today. I didn't answer. Day 54. The symbols keep them at bay, but only temporarily. Fire helps. They hate fire. Day 58. If found, burn this cabin. Burn everything. They can attach to objects, to people. I'm already compromised. The ranger station is 15 miles due east. Follow the rising sun. Don't look back. My hands trembled as I closed the journal. East. We needed to go east. But which way was east in this perpetual gray twilight with no sun visible? A noise from outside snapped me back to awareness. A rhythmic scratching against the cabin's exterior wall. I backed toward the door, calling softly to Mia, who stood frozen in the doorway. We need to leave. Now. The scratching intensified, circling the cabin with impossible speed. Through the cabin's single window, I caught a glimpse of movement. A blur of pale limbs and dark fabric that set my heart racing. We burst from the cabin, running blindly into the forest. The mist seemed to part before us, then close behind, as if deliberately obscuring our path. We ran until our lungs burned, finally stopping beside a small stream to catch our breath. "Did you see it?" Mia gasped. I nodded, unable to vocalize what I'd glimpsed. The proportions all wrong. The movements too fluid. The suggestion of a face that wasn't quite a face. The journal mentioned a ranger station, I finally managed. 15 miles east. Which way is east? Mia asked, voice small. I looked up, trying to penetrate the cloud cover for any hint of the sun's position. Nothing but uniform gray. Moving water, I realized suddenly. Streams in this region generally flow east to west. If we follow this upstream, we should be heading roughly east. It wasn't much, but it was all we had. We began following the stream, pushing through increasingly dense underbrush that tore at our clothing and skin. The day wore on, the dim light neither brightening nor fading, trapped in perpetual twilight. Late in the afternoon, we reached a clearing that made us stop short. In the center stood a circle of those stick structures, dozens of them, all identical, all facing inward toward a central space. And in that space lay our missing companions' possessions, Jordan's backpack, Ben's hiking boots, both their wallets open to display their ID cards. "It's a trap," Mia whispered. "They want us to go in there." I nodded, slowly backing away. We go around. We skirted the clearing, giving it a wide berth. As we re-entered the forest on the far side, I noticed something had changed. The mist had developed a faint yellow tinge, and the air carried a subtle odor of decay. "Do you smell that?" I asked. Mia nodded, covering her nose with her sleeve. Like something died. The smell intensified as we continued, becoming so overwhelming that we were forced to breathe through fabric pressed against our faces. Through the yellowish mist, shapes began to appear, hanging forms suspended from tree branches. I approached one cautiously, then recoiled in horror. Animal carcasses, dozens of them, hung at eye level. Rabbits, squirrels, a fox, even a young deer, all meticulously skinned, their flesh exposed to the air. None showed signs of being consumed or scavenged. This wasn't about food. This was about display, about warning. We quickened our pace, pushing through the macabre gallery. The yellow mist thickened, making it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. Disorientation set in, each tree looking identical to the last. No landmarks to guide us. "Listen," Mia suddenly whispered, grabbing my arm. Through the stillness came a sound that made my skin crawl, voices calling our names. Not Jordan's or Ben's voices, but perfect imitations of our own. "Mia?" called my voice from the mist to our left. "Help me, Mia." "Don't answer," I hissed. "Keep moving." The voices persisted, circling us, moving with impossible speed through the forest. Sometimes they called with our voices, sometimes with sounds that approximated speech, but contained too many syllables, too many overlapping tones. Night approached again, the dim light fading to true darkness. We had no choice but to stop, our exhaustion making further progress dangerous. We found a defensible position, our backs against a large boulder, the stream to our right, providing some protection. "We need fire," I said, remembering the journal. "They hate fire." We gathered what dry material we could find, using the emergency fire starter from my pack to ignite a small blaze. The flame's warm light pushed back the darkness, creating a small circle of visibility. "One of us should sleep while the other keeps watch," I suggested. 2-hour rotations. Mia nodded, too exhausted to argue. She curled up near the fire while I took first watch, knife in hand, staring intently into the darkness beyond our camp. For the first hour, nothing moved. Then, as the fire began to die down, I caught movement at the edge of the light. A figure standing motionless between two trees. Not approaching, just watching. I added more fuel to the fire, the flames leaping higher. The figure retreated slightly, but remained visible. "I can see you," I called, immediately regretting breaking the silence. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if considering my words. Then, in a voice that was nearly but not quite human, it spoke. "I can see you, too." Each word was precisely enunciated, as if the speaker was tasting the sounds, learning them as they were produced. The voice had a hollow quality, like words spoken into an empty metal drum. I woke Mia with a hand over her mouth, warning her to silence with my eyes. She nodded, slowly sitting up to see what I was staring at. The figure had moved closer while my attention was diverted, now standing just at the edge of our firelight. In the flickering illumination, I could make out more details. The disproportionately long limbs, the too thin torso, the head that sat awkwardly on a neck that seemed to contain too many vertebrae. It wore what might once have been human clothing. Tattered remains of a park ranger uniform, the fabric discolored and hanging in strips. Where skin was visible, it had an unnatural pallor, stretched too tight over the frame beneath. "What do you want?" I found myself asking, hand tightening on my knife, though I knew it would be useless. The figure's mouth stretched into something approximating a smile, revealing teeth too numerous and too sharp for a human jaw. "What you have," it replied, the words coming easier now. "What you are." It took a step forward, entering the periphery of our firelight. I thrust a burning branch toward it, and it retreated with a hiss that contained too many sibilants to be natural. "The fire," Mia whispered. "It really is afraid of fire." We maintained our vigil through the night, keeping the flames high, watching as the figure circled our position. Sometimes it retreated into the darkness, but it always returned, each time seeming slightly more human in its movements, its speech patterns evolving to mimic our occasional whispered communications. By dawn, or what passed for dawn in the perpetual twilight, we were down to our last pieces of firewood. The figure had been joined by 2 others, all maintaining their distance but watching with unwavering attention. "We need to move," I said quietly, "while we still have some light." Mia nodded, her face pale with exhaustion. "Which way?" I glanced up at the sky, now tinged with a faint luminosity that suggested the sun's position to the east. "That way, as fast as we can." We gathered our minimal remaining gear, each taking a burning brand from the fire. The watching figures retreated as we stepped beyond our night's sanctuary, maintaining a distance that kept them just visible through the mist. We walked with purpose, ignoring their calls and our voices, their mimicry of our friends' pleas for help. The forest began to thin slightly, the terrain becoming more familiar. We were approaching the edge of the wilderness area. Hope surged as we spotted a trail marker, an actual official Forest Service sign indicating a junction. We had found our way back to a maintained trail. The watching figures had disappeared, retreating as we approached civilization. We followed the trail markers with renewed energy, our pace quickening despite our exhaustion. Within an hour, we reached a fire road, a clear sign of human infrastructure. Another hour brought us within sight of the ranger station mentioned in the journal. As we staggered into the station's parking lot, a ranger emerged from the building, eyes widening at our condition. "My God, what happened to you folks?" he asked, hurrying to assist us. The story poured out. Our missing companions, the strange happenings, the cabin, the figures in the forest. With each detail, the ranger's expression grew more concerned. "This area has history," he finally said when we'd finished. "The native tribes avoided certain sections of these mountains for centuries, called them skinwalker territory." "You believe us?" Mia asked, surprise evident in her voice. The ranger was silent for a long moment. "Let's just say you're not the first hikers to come out of those woods with stories, and some don't come out at all." He helped us inside, calling for search and rescue to organize a team to look for Jordan and Ben. Though I provided detailed descriptions of where we'd last seen them, I knew in my heart they wouldn't be found. Later, as we sat wrapped in blankets, waiting for transport to the hospital for evaluation, the ranger approached with a worn folder. "Thought you might want to see these," he said quietly, opening it to reveal missing persons reports, dozens of them spanning decades, all from the same section of wilderness. Some cases get solved, many don't. As I flipped through the pages, a name caught my eye. Richard Calloway, missing 3 months ago. The journal in the cabin had mentioned Richard. It couldn't be coincidence. "What do you think is out there?" I asked the ranger. He shook his head slowly. "I've worked these mountains for 20 years. I've seen things that don't fit any scientific explanation. The old tribes had names for them: skinwalkers, wendigos, shapeshifters. Modern science calls it hallucination, exposure, paranoia. But you know better," Mia said. It wasn't a question. The ranger met her gaze steadily. "I know that something in those woods hunts in ways no natural predator does. I know it learns from its prey. And I know that whatever it is, it's spreading." As rescue vehicles arrived and medical personnel attended to our physical injuries, I found myself repeatedly looking back toward the forest edge. The mist had followed us, forming a wall of gray just beyond the station's perimeter. And though I told myself it was imagination, I could swear I saw figures watching from between the trees, standing too still, limbs too long, eyes reflecting light in ways that human eyes never could. They had let us go. Or perhaps they had simply followed us to a new hunting ground. In the months since our rescue, I've researched similar encounters across the country. The patterns are always the same: strange sounds, mimicry, stick structures, spiral symbols. Travelers permitted to escape while others vanish without trace. I don't hike anymore. I avoid forests entirely. But sometimes, on particularly gray days when mist rolls through my neighborhood, I catch myself listening for a 3-note melody or glimpsing movement that doesn't quite match human proportions. And I wonder if they followed us home after all. The gravel road stretched endlessly ahead of our convoy of 3 weathered camp vans, each one packed with excited children whose voices created a constant hum of anticipation. I gripped the steering wheel of the lead vehicle, watching the dense forest close in around us like walls of an enormous green corridor. 23 years of leading youth camping expeditions had taught me to trust my instincts, and something about this particular site made my stomach clench with unease. Pine Valley Wilderness Camp sprawled across nearly 800 acres of untamed forest, making it the largest site our organization had ever attempted to utilize. The regional coordinator had secured it at a fraction of the usual cost, explaining that the previous operators had abandoned it suddenly the year before. Budget constraints made the offer impossible to refuse, despite my reservations about taking 42 children aged 8 to 14 into completely uncharted territory. As we rounded the final bend, the main clearing came into view. Ancient oak trees formed a natural amphitheater around a flat expanse of grass that had grown wild and uneven. Remnants of old fire pits dotted the area, their blackened stones scattered as if someone had kicked them apart in haste. A series of dilapidated wooden structures stood at the clearing's edge, a storage shed with a partially collapsed roof, an outhouse that leaned precariously to one side, and what appeared to be the foundation of a larger building that had been torn down or burned. "Are we really staying here?" asked Jamie, one of the younger campers, pressing her face against the van window. Her breath fogged the glass as she stared at the deteriorating facilities with obvious disappointment. "It's going to be an adventure," I replied, forcing enthusiasm into my voice while privately sharing her concerns. "We'll make it work." The other camp leaders began unloading equipment and directing children to gather their belongings. Patricia, my co-director and longtime friend, approached with a concerned expression. Her usually meticulously organized clipboard hung loosely in her hand, forgotten. "The bathroom facilities are worse than they looked in the photos," she said quietly, glancing around to ensure none of the children could overhear. "The plumbing appears to be completely non-functional, and there's something growing in the water tanks that I prefer not to identify." I nodded grimly. We had backup plans for sanitation emergencies, but implementing them would require significant adjustments to our carefully planned schedule. More troubling was the growing list of safety concerns I was mentally cataloging. The fire pits showed signs of recent use despite the site supposedly being abandoned. Empty beer cans and cigarette butts littered the area around the old storage shed. Most disturbing were the scratch marks I noticed on several tree trunks, deep gouges that looked deliberately carved rather than naturally occurring. "Keep the kids close while we set up," I instructed Patricia. "I want to do a thorough perimeter check before dark." The afternoon passed in a blur of tent assembly and safety briefings. Our standard protocol required mapping all potential hazards within a quarter-mile radius of the main camp, marking dangerous areas with reflective tape, and establishing clear boundaries for unsupervised exploration. The sheer size of this site made that process impossible to complete before nightfall. As the sun began its descent behind the tree line, casting long shadows across our makeshift camp, I gathered the children around the central fire pit we had managed to repair. Their faces glowed in the flickering light, animated with excitement about the evening's planned activities. I found myself studying the darkness beyond our circle of illumination, straining to distinguish between natural forest sounds and anything that might indicate unwelcome visitors. "Tomorrow we'll start our nature identification project," I announced, distributing field guides and magnifying glasses. "But tonight we have a special tradition to continue." The children erupted in cheers and speculation about the mysterious night game that had become legendary among our regular campers. Previous years had featured elaborate scavenger hunts, ghost stories, and mock survival challenges. This year, however, I felt reluctant to send anyone beyond the immediate vicinity of our fire. As the evening progressed, I noticed several disturbing details that heightened my anxiety. The forest around us maintained an unnatural silence, devoid of the typical nocturnal sounds one would expect in such a dense woodland environment. No owl calls echoed through the trees, no small animals rustled through the underbrush, no insects created their usual nighttime chorus. The absence of these familiar sounds created an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to press down on our small circle of light. More concerning were the brief glimpses of movement I caught at the edge of my peripheral vision. Each time I turned to investigate, the darkness revealed nothing unusual, but the sensation of being observed persisted throughout the evening. Patricia noticed my distraction and quietly moved closer during the storytelling portion of our program. "Everything all right?" she whispered, following my gaze toward the tree line. "Probably just adjusting to a new environment," I replied, though my tone conveyed little conviction. "Let's keep a close watch tonight." The children eventually settled into their tents, their excited whispers gradually fading to peaceful silence. The other leaders and I maintained our vigil around the dying fire, taking turns patrolling the camp perimeter and checking on our sleeping charges. Despite my exhaustion from the long day of travel and setup, alertness coursed through my system like electricity. During my midnight patrol, I discovered fresh footprints in the soft earth near the abandoned storage shed. The impressions were human, but oddly shaped, as if the person had been dragging their feet or walking with an unusual gait. They led from the forest directly to our camp's edge, then circled the perimeter before disappearing back into the woods. Dawn arrived with a gray, overcast sky that cast everything in muted tones and seemed to absorb sound rather than allow it to carry. The children woke slowly, unusually subdued compared to their typical morning energy. Several complained of restless dreams, describing vague nightmares about being watched or followed through endless corridors of trees. I organized the morning activities with deliberate focus on areas within clear sight of our main camp. Nature journaling, basic first aid instruction, and camp cooking lessons kept everyone occupied, while I periodically scanned the forest for any signs of the previous night's mysterious visitor. The footprints remained visible in the soft earth, a tangible reminder that our isolation was not as complete as it appeared. Patricia approached during the mid-morning break, her expression troubled. 3 of the kids mentioned hearing strange sounds last night, she reported quietly. Described it as rhythmic tapping or knocking coming from the woods. I dismissed it initially, but when they independently provided the same description, my stomach tightened as she spoke. The implications of someone moving through the forest near our camp under cover of darkness were deeply unsettling, particularly given our vulnerable position and limited communication options. Our emergency radio required line-of-sight transmission to the nearest ranger station, which was blocked by the surrounding hills. We need to establish a buddy system for any activities outside the immediate camp area, I decided. No one goes anywhere alone, including the leaders. The afternoon brought our first direct encounter with evidence of the previous night's intruder. While leading a small group of children on a nature identification walk along the perimeter trail, we discovered a series of disturbing arrangements in the forest. Small animal bones had been carefully positioned in geometric patterns around the base of several trees. The bones were old and weathered, suggesting this activity had been ongoing for some time. 10-year-old Marcus pointed to one particularly elaborate display. "Why would someone do this?" he asked, his voice containing the first note of genuine fear I had heard from any of the children. "Some people have different ways of appreciating nature," I replied carefully, while mentally noting the location for further investigation. "Let's continue on the main trail." The bone arrangements were too deliberate to be natural, too numerous to be coincidental, and too disturbing to ignore. Someone had invested considerable time and effort in creating these displays, suggesting a level of familiarity with the area that contradicted the site's supposedly abandoned status. More troubling was the implication that our mysterious visitor had been active in this location for an extended period. As the day progressed, the children's mood continued to deteriorate despite our efforts to maintain normal programming. Games that usually generated enthusiasm met with half-hearted participation. Stories that typically captivated their attention failed to hold their focus. Even the promise of an evening campfire and s'mores creation failed to restore their usual excitement. By late afternoon, I had made the decision to implement heightened security measures. Patricia and I quietly briefed the other leaders on a rotating watch schedule that would ensure continuous monitoring throughout the night. We established silent signals for communication and predetermined gathering points in case rapid evacuation became necessary. The evening meal proceeded without incident, but the atmosphere remained tense. Children huddled closer together than usual, speaking in whispers and frequently glancing toward the darkening forest. Their instinctive awareness of danger impressed and concerned me simultaneously. Young people often possess intuitive understanding of threatening situations that adults dismiss or rationalize away. As darkness settled over our camp, I made the difficult decision to proceed with the traditional night game despite my reservations. Canceling the activity would require explanations that might create panic, while allowing it to continue offered an opportunity to investigate the source of our troubles under controlled conditions. The other leaders and I could use the game as cover for a systematic search of the surrounding area. We gathered the children around the fire for the preliminary briefing, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. Despite their earlier subdued behavior, the prospect of adventure sparked renewed interest in their expressions. I found myself hoping that their excitement would prove justified, and that my growing anxiety was merely the product of an overactive imagination. Tonight's challenge will test your courage and observation skills, I announced, distributing the flashlights we had prepared for each participant. You'll follow a marked trail through the forest, encountering various obstacles and mysteries along the way. The trail we had established that afternoon created a loop approximately half a mile in length, staying within reasonable distance of our main camp while providing sufficient challenge to maintain the illusion of adventure. Reflective markers indicated the correct path at regular intervals, and emergency whistles ensured rapid communication in case of problems. As the children prepared for their nighttime expedition, I noticed Patricia checking and rechecking her equipment with unusual intensity. Her typically calm demeanor showed cracks of stress that matched my own internal state. The other leaders demonstrated similar signs of tension despite our attempts to maintain normal behavior. The first group of children departed with infectious enthusiasm, their flashlight beams dancing through the trees as they followed the marked trail. Their laughter and excited conversation gradually faded into the distance, leaving the rest of us in contemplative silence around the dying fire. I found myself straining to track their progress by sound, mentally mapping their location based on the fading echoes of their voices. The logistics of our night game required careful coordination among the adult leaders, each of whom would be stationed at strategic points along the trail to provide both supervision and entertainment. The tradition involved elaborate costumes and theatrical scares designed to thrill rather than terrify, though the line between those two objectives had always been delicate with our younger participants. I had selected my position at a natural clearing roughly halfway through the trail circuit, where a grove of ancient oak trees created an amphitheater-like space. The location offered excellent visibility in all directions while providing multiple escape routes if circumstances required rapid movement. Years of experience had taught me to always consider worst-case scenarios when working with children in wilderness environments. My costume consisted of a tattered black cloak and an oversized rubber mask designed to resemble a weathered scarecrow. The ensemble was deliberately theatrical rather than genuinely frightening, intended to provoke excited screams followed by relieved laughter. Patricia had helped me practice my dramatic entrance and timing to ensure the effect would be memorable without being traumatic. As I made my way to the designated position, carrying my costume in a canvas bag, the forest around me seemed to pulse with an energy that had been absent during daylight hours. The beam of my flashlight created a moving circle of visibility that only emphasized the vast darkness beyond its reach. Every shadow appeared to shift and change as I passed, creating the illusion of constant movement just outside my field of vision. The clearing looked different at night than it had during my afternoon reconnaissance. What had appeared as a peaceful, natural space in daylight now felt exposed and vulnerable. The oak trees that formed its boundaries seemed to lean inward, their branches creating a canopy that blocked most of the ambient light from the overcast sky. I found myself moving more quickly than necessary, eager to complete my preparations and begin the waiting period. Setting up my hiding spot required careful consideration of sight lines and timing. The children would approach from the south along the main trail, and I needed to position myself where I could observe their arrival without being detected. A fallen log provided ideal concealment while allowing rapid movement when the moment came for my dramatic appearance. As I arranged my costume and tested my flashlight's operation, the unnatural silence of the forest became increasingly oppressive. The absence of normal nocturnal sounds created an atmosphere of expectation, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath in anticipation of some significant event. My rational mind attributed this phenomenon to the natural variations in animal behavior, but my instincts screamed warnings that I found increasingly difficult to ignore. The first group of children would reach my position in approximately 15 minutes, giving me time to fully commit to my role and suppress the anxiety that had been building throughout the day. I switched off my flashlight and allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness, gradually distinguishing shapes and textures in the ambient light that filtered through the canopy. The transformation from visibility to near blindness always required a psychological adjustment that I had never found comfortable. Years of camping experience had familiarized me with the process, but the vulnerability of sightlessness in an unknown environment triggered primal fears that civilization had never fully suppressed. I focused on controlling my breathing and listening for the approaching sounds of excited children. Minutes passed with agonizing slowness as I waited in the darkness, every small sound amplified by the oppressive silence. A branch creaking in the wind became the footstep of an approaching stranger. The rustle of leaves transformed into whispered voices just beyond comprehension. My imagination populated the surrounding forest with threats that my rational mind knew were unlikely but felt increasingly real. The distinctive sound of multiple flashlights sweeping through the trees announced the approach of the first group. Their excited chatter and occasional nervous laughter provided a reassuring reminder of my actual purpose in this remote location. I prepared for my theatrical entrance, gathering the folds of my cloak and ensuring my mask was properly positioned. As the children entered the clearing, their flashlight beams crisscrossed the space in random patterns, occasionally illuminating my hiding spot before moving on to other areas of interest. Their voices carried clearly in the still air, discussing the trail markers they had encountered and speculating about what surprises awaited them ahead. "This place is really creepy," observed one of the older girls, her voice containing more genuine nervousness than I preferred to hear. "It feels like someone's watching us." Her comment triggered an immediate response from her companions, who began sweeping their lights more systematically around the perimeter of the clearing. I realized that their instinctive awareness of danger was interfering with the intended entertainment value of the experience. Rather than eager anticipation of harmless scares, they were demonstrating genuine fear that threatened to escalate beyond manageable levels. I made the decision to reveal myself earlier than planned, hoping to convert their anxiety into relief through the familiar mechanism of adult supervision and controlled surprise. Rising from my concealment with exaggerated theatrical movements, I activated my flashlight and directed its beam upward to illuminate my costumed figure. "Welcome, brave travelers, to the heart of the ancient forest," I announced in my most dramatically spooky voice, spreading my cloak wide and assuming an appropriately menacing posture. The children's reaction was immediate and gratifying. Shrieks of surprise quickly transformed into laughter and excited commentary as they recognized the familiar pattern of camp theatrics. Their flashlights converged on my position, dispelling the atmosphere of genuine threat that had been building throughout their approach. "You really scared us," called Marcus, his relief evident in the return of his usual confident tone. "We thought something was really wrong." His comment highlighted the delicate balance we attempted to maintain between excitement and genuine fear. The success of our night games depended on creating controlled danger that challenged the children without overwhelming their emotional resources. This year, however, the ambient atmosphere of the location seemed to tip the balance toward genuine anxiety, regardless of our careful planning. As I completed my performance and directed the group toward the next segment of their trail, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my attention. A figure stood motionless among the trees, clearly visible in the backwash of the children's flashlights, but somehow separate from our group. My initial assumption was that one of the other leaders had arrived early to observe my performance, but something about the silhouette seemed wrong. The figure at the forest's edge remained perfectly still as the children continued their journey along the marked trail, their voices and flashlight beams gradually receding into the distance. I maintained my position in the clearing, ostensibly gathering my props but actually studying the motionless shape that had captured my attention. Years of wilderness experience had taught me to trust visual anomalies as potential indicators of danger. As the last echoes of the children's passage faded, the oppressive silence returned with renewed intensity. The figure had not moved during the entire interaction, displaying a level of stillness that seemed unnatural for a human being. Animals typically demonstrated either obvious alertness or complete relaxation, but this presence suggested something different entirely. I called out in a conversational tone, assuming the figure was one of my fellow leaders who had arrived early for their own segment of the night game. "Patricia? Is that you? The first group just passed through." No response came from the darkness. The figure remained motionless, neither acknowledging my presence nor retreating from view. I felt the first stirrings of genuine alarm as I realized that this person was not part of our planned activities. The implications of an unknown individual observing our children's nighttime activities sent adrenaline coursing through my system. Activating my flashlight, I directed its beam toward the mysterious figure, expecting to illuminate one of several familiar possibilities. A lost hiker seeking assistance, a local resident investigating our presence, or perhaps a teenage prankster from a nearby community. What the light revealed defied all of these rational explanations. The person wore a collection of tattered fabric that might once have been clothing but now resembled the assemblage of burlap sacks and deteriorating canvas. The material was stained with dark patches that could have been mud, rust, or something more disturbing. Most unsettling was the head covering, an arrangement of plastic bags and torn fabric that obscured any facial features while creating a nightmarish approximation of human appearance. The figure's posture suggested patient observation rather than random wandering. Both arms hung motionless at its sides, and its head was turned directly toward my position with the focused attention of a predator studying potential prey. The clothing appeared to be caked with dried mud or worse, giving the entire form an archaeological quality, as if it had emerged from some ancient burial ground. As my flashlight beam illuminated the disturbing apparition, it began a rhythmic motion that took several seconds for my brain to process. The figure was methodically striking its head against the trunk of a nearby oak tree, producing a hollow knocking sound that explained the mysterious noises the children had reported hearing during the previous night. The repetitive head striking continued with mechanical precision, each impact creating the same dull thud that carried clearly through the still air. There was no indication of pain or discomfort, no variation in rhythm or intensity, just the endless repetition of self-destructive behavior that suggested severe mental disturbance or something worse. I attempted to establish communication once more, raising my voice and projecting authority despite the fear that was rapidly overwhelming my system. "You need to identify yourself immediately. This is a supervised youth activity, and your presence is not authorized." The response was immediate and terrifying. The figure ceased its rhythmic head striking and turned to face me directly, despite the plastic covering that should have limited its vision. For several heartbeats, we remained frozen in mutual observation, predator and prey assessing each other across the short distance that separated us. Then it began to move toward me with deliberate, unhurried steps that suggested complete confidence in the outcome of our encounter. There was no indication of hostility or aggression, just the patient advance of something that had decided upon a course of action. The plastic bags around its head rustled softly with each movement, creating a sound like wind through dry leaves. Every instinct I possessed screamed warnings about remaining in the clearing. This was not a confused hiker or harmless eccentric who could be managed through calm communication and common sense. The systematic self-harm, the deliberate observation of our children, and the nightmarish appearance combined to create a threat profile that demanded immediate retreat. I abandoned any pretense of maintaining my position for the night game and fled toward the main camp with desperate urgency. Behind me, the sound of pursuing footsteps confirmed that my decision to run had been correct. The figure was following with the same deliberate pace it had demonstrated while approaching, neither hurrying nor falling behind. The trail back to camp had seemed clearly marked during daylight, but navigation in darkness while being pursued proved far more challenging than I had anticipated. Reflective markers that should have guided my path were difficult to locate with the hasty sweeps of my flashlight, and several times I nearly veered into the unmarked forest that would have led me away from safety. The sounds of pursuit remained constant behind me, never drawing closer but never falling behind. My unknown follower seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the terrain that allowed navigation without visible light, while my own progress was hampered by the need to constantly verify my direction and avoid obstacles. As I ran through the forest, branches tearing at my costume and roots threatening to trip me with every step, my mind raced through possible explanations for what I had encountered. Mental illness could account for the bizarre appearance and self-destructive behavior, but not for the systematic observation of our camp or the confident pursuit through difficult terrain. More disturbing was the possibility that this individual represented a more organized threat. The bone arrangements we had discovered earlier in the day, the evidence of recent activity around the abandoned facilities, and now this direct encounter suggested a pattern of behavior that had been developing over time rather than a random occurrence. The familiar glow of our campfire finally appeared through the trees ahead, providing a beacon of safety that drew me forward with renewed energy. I burst into the circle of light around our camp, startling Patricia and the other leaders who were engaged in quiet conversation while waiting for the night game participants to complete their circuit. "We have a serious problem," I announced between gasps for breath, struggling to convert my panic into coherent communication. "There's someone in the woods, someone dangerous." The other leaders gathered around me as I attempted to describe my encounter while catching my breath and checking the forest behind me for signs of continued pursuit. Patricia immediately began organizing a head count of all children and adults, while Marcus distributed additional flashlights and emergency whistles to anyone who lacked them. "Did you get a clear look at this person?" asked David, our senior outdoor instructor and the most experienced member of our leadership team. His calm demeanor provided a steadying influence as I struggled to organize my thoughts and present a coherent account of the events. I described the tattered clothing, the plastic head covering, the rhythmic self-harm, and the deliberate pursuit through the forest. As I spoke, I could see skepticism developing in some faces, the natural tendency to seek rational explanations for events that challenge normal experience. My own words sounded incredible even to me, like the product of an overactive imagination rather than objective observation. "Could it have been one of the local teenagers playing a prank?" suggested Jennifer, our youngest leader, and someone who typically tried to find innocent explanations for concerning situations. "Halloween costumes can look pretty realistic in the dark." The suggestion was reasonable, and I wanted desperately to accept it as the correct interpretation of my experience. Teenage pranks were manageable problems that could be addressed through normal channels of communication and authority. However, the systematic nature of what I had observed suggested something far more troubling than adolescent mischief. "The head banging against the tree," I replied slowly, "was not performance. This person was actually injuring themselves repeatedly. No teenager would maintain that behavior for the length of time I observed." Patricia completed her count and confirmed that all participants in the night game were accounted for, either having completed the circuit and returned to camp, or still progressing along the marked trail under supervision of other leaders positioned at strategic intervals. The organized nature of our activity had prevented any confusion about personnel locations. "We need to collect the remaining groups immediately," I declared, my concern for the children still on the trail overriding any consideration of maintaining normal programming. "I don't want anyone alone in those woods." David agreed to coordinate the early termination of the night game, while Patricia and I prepared emergency communication equipment for contact with outside authorities. Our protocol required documentation of any safety threats and notification of appropriate agencies, though the remote location and limited communication options complicated the process. As the leaders dispersed to implement our emergency procedures, I remained near the fire to watch for any signs of approach from the forest. The familiar sounds of our camp activities provided reassurance, but I found myself constantly scanning the darkness beyond our circle of light for movement or other indications that we remained under observation. The systematic collection of all participants required nearly an hour, as the marked trail extended over a considerable distance and several groups needed to be recalled from their positions. Each returning group brought reports of unusual sounds and a general atmosphere of unease that had pervaded their experience. confirming that my encounter was part of a larger pattern of disturbing activity. When the final group returned to camp, I assembled everyone around the central fire for a modified version of our traditional closing ceremony. The children were obviously disappointed by the abbreviated program, but their safety took precedence over entertainment value. I explained that we had encountered unexpected circumstances that required enhanced security measures without providing details that might create panic. "Will we continue the camping trip tomorrow?" asked one of the older children, her question reflecting the concerns that were visible in many faces around the fire. "We're evaluating the situation," I replied carefully, avoiding commitments that circumstances might force me to break. "Your safety is our primary concern, and we'll make decisions based on the most current information available." The diplomatic answer satisfied no one but avoided creating the kind of fear that could escalate into panic. Children often demonstrated remarkable resilience when faced with clearly defined challenges, but uncertainty and vague threats could overwhelm their emotional resources and create management problems that complicated our ability to respond effectively. As we organized the children into their sleeping arrangements with enhanced supervision, Patricia approached me with additional disturbing information. Several of the leaders who had been stationed along the trail reported glimpsing movement in the forest beyond their assigned positions, always at the edge of their vision, and never clearly enough to identify specific details. "It's possible that our mystery person wasn't alone," she said quietly, ensuring that her words would not carry to the children who were settling into their tents nearby. "The reports suggest coordinated observation of our entire operation. The implications of multiple individuals monitoring our activities from concealment represented a threat level that exceeded our ability to manage with current resources. A single disturbed person might be handled through careful avoidance and appropriate law enforcement notification, but a group suggested planning and organization that indicated more serious criminal intent. I made the decision to implement a full security watch throughout the remaining hours of darkness, with adult leaders maintaining continuous patrol around the perimeter of our camp. Sleep would be sacrificed in favor of vigilance, and any further contact with unknown individuals would trigger immediate evacuation procedures. The children eventually settled into restless sleep, their conversations gradually fading to silence as exhaustion overcame their anxiety about the evening's disrupted activities. The adult leaders maintained their assigned positions around the camp's perimeter, each equipped with emergency communication devices and detailed instructions for responding to various threat scenarios. Despite my physical exhaustion from the day's activities and the adrenaline crash following my encounter in the forest, sleep remained impossible. Every small sound triggered heightened alertness as I strained to distinguish between normal nocturnal activity and potential indicators of unwelcome visitors. The boundary between rational caution and paranoid hypervigilance became increasingly difficult to maintain. As the hours passed, reports from the perimeter guards confirmed the presence of observers in the surrounding forest. Flashlight beams occasionally revealed figures moving among the trees, always at distances too great for detailed observation, but close enough to confirm that our camp remained under surveillance. The watchers appeared to maintain a consistent distance, neither approaching our defenses nor retreating beyond visual range. The psychological pressure of prolonged observation by unknown individuals proved nearly as exhausting as physical threat. Knowing that hostile eyes were evaluating our positions and activities created a tension that infected every aspect of our environment, making normal rest impossible and rational decision-making increasingly difficult. The first gray light of dawn provided welcome relief from the oppressive darkness that had dominated the previous 8 hours. As visibility gradually improved, the reports of mysterious figures observing our camp ceased, suggesting that our watchers preferred the concealment that night provided. The children woke slowly, their usual morning energy subdued by disturbed sleep and the tension that had pervaded the camp. I organized a quick breakfast using portable supplies that required minimal preparation, eager to address the security situation before the day's heat made extended outdoor activity more challenging. Patricia and David volunteered to accompany me on a daylight investigation of my encounter site, while the remaining leaders maintained supervision of the children and prepared for possible emergency evacuation. The trail that had seemed so threatening in darkness revealed itself as a straightforward path through typical mixed forest, marked with the reflective tape we had installed to guide the night game participants. In daylight, the terrain looked manageable and familiar, lacking the menacing quality that darkness had created. However, the disturbing discoveries we made along the way confirmed that my nighttime fears had been justified. The first indication of ongoing activity appeared approximately halfway to the clearing where I had encountered the mysterious figure. A series of small objects hung from tree branches at irregular intervals, creating a bizarre gallery that extended for several hundred yards along the trail. As we drew closer, the objects resolved into recognizable forms that made my stomach clench with revulsion. Small animal carcasses, in various stages of decomposition, dangled from thin ropes or wire attachments. Squirrels, rabbits, and birds had been arranged in deliberate patterns that suggested ritualistic rather than practical purposes. Some appeared freshly killed, while others had been weathering for weeks or months, creating a timeline of activity that extended far beyond our brief presence in the area. "This has been going on for a long time," Patricia observed, her voice tight with controlled disgust as she examined the display. "Whoever did this has been using this location regularly." David documented the scene with his camera while maintaining careful attention to our surroundings. His military background had trained him to evaluate tactical situations, and I could see growing concern in his expression as he assessed the implications of what we were discovering. "The positioning is strategic," he noted, indicating the sight lines that the hanging objects created through the forest. "Someone could monitor movement along this entire section of trail from concealed positions. We've been under observation since we arrived." The trail leading to my encounter site revealed additional disturbing evidence. Footprints in the soft earth showed multiple individuals moving through the area, some wearing conventional footwear, but others displaying the dragging gait pattern I had noticed during my initial patrol. The tracks were too numerous and varied to represent a single person, confirming Patricia's speculation about coordinated surveillance. When we reached the clearing where I had confronted the plastic-wrapped figure, the scene initially appeared normal. The oak trees stood in their natural arrangements, and the forest floor showed only the expected accumulation of leaves and fallen branches. However, closer examination revealed signs of regular use that transformed an apparently peaceful location into something far more sinister. The tree where I had witnessed the rhythmic head striking showed clear evidence of repeated impact. The bark had been worn away in a distinct pattern approximately 6 feet from the ground, creating a smooth depression that was stained with what appeared to be dried blood. Fresh scratches in the wood indicated that the behavior I had observed was part of an ongoing pattern. More disturbing was the discovery of deliberately arranged objects around the base of the impact tree. Bones, both animal and unidentifiable, had been carefully positioned in geometric patterns that suggested ritual significance. Among the bones were personal items that clearly did not belong in a wilderness setting. A child's backpack, several items of clothing, and a collection of identification documents that made my blood freeze. Patricia picked up one of the ID cards with trembling hands. "This belongs to a girl who was reported missing from a town about 50 miles from here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The disappearance was 3 months ago." The implications of finding missing person effects at a site of obvious ritualistic activity exceeded anything we were equipped to handle. Whatever we had stumbled into represented a level of criminal activity that demanded immediate law enforcement intervention and emergency evacuation of our children from the area. David had already activated our emergency radio and was attempting to establish contact with the nearest ranger station. The mountainous terrain that surrounded our location interfered with transmission, requiring him to move around the clearing while adjusting antenna positions and trying different frequencies. His frustrated expression indicated that communication was proving more difficult than anticipated. As we worked to establish outside contact, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my attention. The same figure I had encountered the previous night stood motionless among the trees, observing our investigation with the patient attention of a predator watching prey. The daylight revealed additional disturbing details about its appearance and behavior. The plastic covering around its head was actually a complex arrangement of various types of bags and sheeting, layered and secured in a way that completely obscured facial features while allowing some degree of vision. The clothing was indeed composed of burlap and canvas materials, but the dark stains I had assumed were mud showed a reddish quality in natural light that suggested a more disturbing origin. Most unsettling was the figure's absolute stillness while under direct observation. No human being could maintain such perfect immobility without demonstrating some sign of natural movement, breathing, slight position adjustments, or involuntary muscle responses. This thing displayed none of these normal physiological indicators, creating the impression of something that existed outside normal biological limitations. "It's watching us," I said quietly, indicating the motionless observer with a slight gesture that avoided sudden movements. Patricia and David turned slowly to examine the figure, their expressions shifting from confusion to alarm as they processed what they were seeing. The rational explanations that had seemed plausible during our previous discussions evaporated when confronted with direct visual evidence of the threat we faced. The figure began the same rhythmic head-striking behavior I had witnessed during our previous encounter, moving to a different tree and beginning the repetitive self-harm that created the hollow knocking sound. However, this time the action seemed intended as communication rather than random compulsion, a deliberate signal that our presence had been noted and that some form of response was being initiated. The mechanical precision of the head striking continued as we completed our investigation and prepared to return to camp. David's efforts to establish radio communication had finally succeeded in reaching a ranger station, but the conversation revealed the complexity of our situation and the limited options available for immediate assistance. "The nearest law enforcement unit is more than 2 hours away," he reported after completing the transmission. "They're requesting that we maintain our current position while they coordinate with state police and organize an appropriate response team." The instruction to remain in place contradicted every instinct I possessed about protecting the children under my supervision. 2 hours represented an unacceptable delay when faced with unknown threats who had demonstrated both the capability and willingness to monitor our activities. The discovery of missing person effects elevated the situation beyond simple harassment into potential kidnapping and worse. "We need to evacuate immediately," I declared, making the decision that my responsibility to the children superseded official instructions. "Our vehicles are packed and ready. We can be back to civilization before any response team arrives here." Patricia supported my assessment, recognizing that our remote location and limited defensive capabilities made remaining in place an unacceptable risk. The organized nature of the surveillance we had been under suggested planning and coordination that exceeded our ability to defend against with available resources. As we began our return journey to camp, the figure at the clearing maintained its observation but made no attempt to follow or intercept our movement. However, glimpses of additional watchers among the trees indicated that our departure was being monitored by multiple individuals who remained concealed until we passed their positions. The trail back to camp revealed evidence of increased activity since our morning departure. Fresh footprints crisscrossed our earlier tracks, and several of the hanging animal carcasses had been repositioned or replaced with more recent kills. The systematic nature of these changes suggested that our investigation had triggered some form of response from whoever maintained this disturbing territory. When we reached our camp, the other leaders immediately noticed our shaken expressions and began implementing emergency procedures without requiring detailed explanations. Children were organized into travel groups, equipment was rapidly packed into vehicles, and emergency supplies were distributed to ensure readiness for immediate departure. "We're leaving early due to weather concerns," I announced to the assembled children, providing a plausible explanation that avoided creating panic while motivating cooperation with our urgent preparations. "Please gather your personal items quickly and help your teammates prepare for departure." The efficiency with which our group responded to the evacuation order reflected the quality of our preparation and the trust that existed between leaders and participants. Within 30 minutes, all personal belongings were secured, camping equipment was loaded, and vehicles were ready for departure. The children demonstrated remarkable cooperation, despite their obvious disappointment about the abbreviated trip. As we conducted final checks and prepared to leave the site, Patricia discovered additional evidence that confirmed the wisdom of our decision to evacuate. Fresh footprints completely encircled our camp, indicating that we had been under close observation throughout the night. The tracks showed that multiple individuals had approached to within a few yards of our sleeping areas without being detected by our security patrols. "They could have taken any of us," she said quietly, examining the clear impressions in the soft earth near the children's tents. The fact that they didn't suggest they were evaluating rather than acting immediately. The implications of being surrounded by unknown individuals while we slept sent chills through my system that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. Our defensive measures had been completely inadequate against adversaries who possessed superior knowledge of the terrain and demonstrated ability to move undetected through difficult conditions. David completed a final radio transmission to update the authorities on our departure, providing detailed location information and requesting that responding units continue their investigation despite our absence. The evidence we had discovered demanded professional examination, and the missing person connections required immediate follow-up by qualified investigators. As our convoy of vehicles pulled away from the campsite, I found myself constantly checking the rearview mirror for signs of pursuit. The forest that had seemed so peaceful during our arrival now appeared to contain threats in every shadow and movement among the trees. The children's excited chatter about returning home provided a welcome distraction from my growing paranoia about being followed. The gravel road leading away from the campsite stretched ahead like a lifeline connecting us to safety and civilization. However, the slow progress necessitated by the rough terrain made the journey feel interminable, and I found myself urging our drivers to increase speed despite the potential for vehicle damage from potholes and embedded rocks. Approximately halfway through our escape route, Patricia pointed to movement in the forest that paralleled our path. Figures were keeping pace with our vehicles, moving through the trees with an efficiency that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. They maintained sufficient distance to avoid clear observation while demonstrating their ability to monitor our departure. "They're making sure we leave," David observed, his military experience allowing him to interpret the tactical implications of what we were witnessing. "This suggests territorial behavior rather than random predation. They want us gone, but aren't preventing our departure." The distinction was important for understanding the threat level we faced, but provided little comfort while still within the boundaries of whatever domain these individuals claimed. I would not feel safe until we reached the main highway and could establish communication with outside authorities who possessed the resources to investigate properly. As we finally reached the paved road that marked the boundary between wilderness and civilization, the sense of relief was overwhelming. The children cheered as the vehicles picked up speed on smooth pavement, and the adult leaders visibly relaxed as the forest fell behind us. However, the memory of our experience would remain with all of us. A reminder that some places harbor secrets that civilization has forgotten or chosen to ignore. The return journey to our home base passed in contemplative silence among the adult leaders, while the children gradually processed their abbreviated camping experience through animated discussions about the weather emergency that had forced our early departure. Their resilience and adaptability impressed me, but I wondered how long our carefully constructed explanation would satisfy their natural curiosity about the real reasons for our hasty evacuation. Our arrival at the regional office triggered a series of administrative procedures that consumed the remainder of the day. Parents were contacted and provided with modified accounts of our experience that emphasized safety protocols without revealing the disturbing details that would create unnecessary alarm. Official incident reports required careful wording to document facts while avoiding sensational elements that might be misinterpreted. The state police investigators who interviewed me several hours later demonstrated professional competence but obvious skepticism about the more unusual aspects of my account. Missing person connections demanded thorough investigation, but the ritualistic elements and coordinated surveillance seemed to challenge their conventional understanding of criminal behavior patterns. Groups of mentally disturbed individuals occasionally establish informal communities in remote areas, the lead investigator explained, offering the most rational interpretation available for what we had encountered. Social services agencies periodically locate such settlements and provide appropriate assistance or intervention. His explanation provided a framework for understanding our experience that avoided supernatural or conspiracy theory interpretations. However, the systematic nature of the surveillance and the evidence of long-term territorial behavior suggested organization and planning that exceeded typical expectations for randomly assembled groups of disturbed individuals. The investigation team departed for the campsite location within hours of our interview, equipped with specialized communication equipment and sufficient personnel to conduct a thorough examination of the area. Their findings would determine whether criminal charges were appropriate and what measures might be necessary to prevent future incidents. Patricia and I completed our administrative responsibilities and began the process of analyzing our experience for lessons that might improve future expedition planning. The site selection protocols that had led us to Pine Valley Wilderness Camp clearly required enhancement to include investigation of previous operational history and verification of actual abandonment status. We should have investigated more thoroughly before bringing children to an unfamiliar location, Patricia reflected as we reviewed our decision-making process. The reduced cost should have been a warning sign rather than an attractive feature. Her assessment was accurate, and I found myself questioning the judgment that had prioritized budgetary considerations over comprehensive safety evaluation. The pressure to provide affordable programming for our youth participants had influenced decisions in ways that compromised our fundamental responsibility for their protection. The investigation results became available several days later through official channels that provided limited detail but confirmed the substance of our concerns. The site had indeed been occupied by a group of individuals who had established an informal settlement in the abandoned facilities. Evidence of criminal activity was sufficient to warrant ongoing investigation, though specific details remained confidential. Missing person cases connected to the area were being reviewed by a specialized task force that would coordinate with agencies from multiple jurisdictions. The scope of the investigation suggested that our encounter represented a small portion of a larger pattern of activity that had been developing over an extended period. More disturbing was the revelation that Pine Valley Wilderness Camp had been the subject of previous incident reports that had been inadequately investigated or documented. Our experience was not an isolated occurrence, but part of a recurring pattern that had been overlooked or dismissed by previous authorities. The knowledge that we had inadvertently exposed our children to a documented threat zone filled me with guilt and anger that required considerable time to process constructively. Our youth programming would continue, but with enhanced safety protocols and investigation procedures that would prevent similar oversights in the future. The children who participated in our abbreviated camping trip demonstrated remarkable resilience in processing their experience. Follow-up conversations revealed that many had sensed the underlying tension and genuine danger, but their trust in adult leadership had prevented panic and facilitated our successful evacuation. Their maturity and cooperation had probably saved lives. Several parents requested additional information about the weather emergency that had terminated the trip, but most accepted our explanations and praised our cautious approach to safety management. The camping program's reputation for responsible leadership helped deflect suspicions that might have developed from more detailed questioning. Months later, news reports occasionally mentioned ongoing investigations in remote wilderness areas where unauthorized settlements had been discovered and dismantled. The individuals involved were typically described as mentally disturbed transients who required social services intervention rather than criminal prosecution. Reading these reports triggered memories of our encounter that remained vivid despite the passage of time. I never learned the specific outcome of the Pine Valley investigation, as case details remained confidential and media coverage focused on general patterns rather than specific incidents. However, the site was permanently closed to recreational use, and access roads were gated to prevent unauthorized entry. The experience fundamentally changed my approach to wilderness programming and risk assessment. Subsequent expeditions involved exhaustive site investigation, communication with local authorities, and verification of recent activity levels before any children were exposed to unfamiliar environments. The additional preparation time and expense were justified by the enhanced safety assurance they provided. Despite the disturbing nature of our encounter, the incident strengthened my appreciation for the instinctive awareness that children often demonstrate when confronted with genuinely dangerous situations. Their natural sensitivity to environmental threats exceeded adult analytical capabilities in several instances, providing early warning that our rational minds had dismissed or rationalized away. The memory of those plastic-wrapped figures watching from the forest remains vivid years later, a reminder that civilization's reach does not extend into every corner of our landscape. Some places harbor individuals and activities that exist outside normal social boundaries, creating pockets of danger that can only be avoided through careful preparation and healthy respect for the unknown. Our profession demands optimism and confidence in our ability to protect the young people entrusted to our care. However, the Pine Valley experience taught me that some threats cannot be managed through planning and preparation alone. Sometimes the wisest course of action is recognition of our limitations and strategic withdrawal before circumstances escalate beyond our ability to control. The bonds forged between our leadership team during that crisis have remained strong, built on shared experience of genuine danger and successful collaboration under pressure. We occasionally discuss the incident and speculate about what might have happened if we had remained at the site longer or attempted to confront the situation more aggressively. Those conversations always conclude with gratitude for our successful evacuation and determination to maintain the vigilance that protected our children from harm. The responsibility of youth leadership carries risks that extend beyond conventional outdoor hazards, requiring awareness of human threats that prefer darkness and isolation for their activities. I continue to lead wilderness expeditions because the benefits of outdoor education outweigh the risks when proper precautions are implemented. However, the knowledge that evil can establish itself in remote places where normal oversight does not reach has made me a more cautious and thorough guardian of the children who depend on my judgment for their safety. The forest keeps its secrets, but some of those secrets are better left undisturbed. The trail map trembled in my hands as a gust of wind threatened to tear it away. October in the North Cascades meant unpredictable weather, but our group had come prepared, or so we thought. The 5 of us had been planning this 4-day backcountry trek for months. Myself, Jasmine, Michael, Kate, and Ben. We'd chosen this remote section of wilderness specifically because it saw few visitors, especially this late in the season. "How much farther to the first campsite?" Michael asked, adjusting his pack. Dark clouds gathered above the distant peaks, threatening rain. I traced our route on the crumpled map. "About 3 miles. We should make it before dark if we keep up the pace." The forest around us grew denser as we climbed higher, the towering pines closing in like silent sentinels. Old-growth forests surrounded us, trees that had stood for centuries before any of us were born. The path narrowed until we were walking single file, with Ben taking the lead and me bringing up the rear. Something about these woods felt different from others I'd hiked through, something I couldn't quite articulate. The silence was too complete. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of our boots on the trail and our labored breathing as we climbed. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Kate asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over our group. The words had barely left her mouth when a branch snapped somewhere in the forest to our right. We all stopped, heads turning toward the sound. "Probably just a deer," Ben said, but his voice lacked conviction. We continued hiking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Several times I spun around, certain I'd catch someone, or something, watching us from between the trees. But there was never anything there. As dusk approached, we finally reached the small clearing marked on our map as the first campsite. A crude fire ring of stones sat in the center, evidence of previous campers. Beyond that, the forest loomed dark and impenetrable. Let's get camp set up before it's completely dark, I suggested, dropping my heavy pack with relief. We worked efficiently, pitching tents and gathering firewood. Ben, an experienced outdoorsman, got a fire going while Jasmine filtered water from a nearby stream. The normalcy of these camp activities calmed my earlier unease. Over freeze-dried meals, we shared stories and planned the next day's hike. According to our itinerary, we'd be heading deeper into the wilderness, to areas that weren't even marked on most recreational maps. My cousin worked as a forest ranger out here a few years back, Michael said, poking at the fire with a stick. He had some pretty strange stories about these woods. Like what? Kate asked, leaning forward. Michael shrugged. Hikers reporting weird experiences, feeling followed, strange sounds at night. One guy swore he saw someone, or something, mimicking his movements from across a lake. Are you trying to freak us out? Jasmine laughed, but it sounded forced. Just repeating what I heard, Michael said. My cousin quit after his second season, never said exactly why. I was about to ask for more details when a howl echoed through the mountains. Not quite a wolf, not quite human. We all froze, listening. What was that? Kate whispered. Just a coyote, Ben replied too quickly. Sound carries strangely in these valleys. But I'd heard coyotes before, and that wasn't it. The sound came again, closer this time, and I saw Ben's expression change. I think we should all get some rest, he said, standing abruptly. We've got a long hike tomorrow. That night I lay awake in my tent, listening. The forest silence had returned, but somehow that was worse than the strange howl. Nature is never completely silent. There's always something moving, breathing, existing. This silence felt deliberate, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. Just as I was finally drifting off, I heard it. The soft crunch of footsteps circling our campsite. Not the random pattern of a foraging animal, but the deliberate step of something bipedal, something that moved with purpose. I sat up, heart pounding against my ribs. I wanted to call out to the others to see if they heard it too, but fear kept me silent. The footsteps completed a circuit around our camp and then stopped directly outside my tent. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. For several long moments, nothing moved. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the footsteps retreated, fading into the forest. I didn't sleep after that. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my tent to find Ben already up, stoking the remains of last night's fire. The shadows under his eyes told me he hadn't slept well either. Did you hear anything last night? I asked quietly, not wanting to wake the others. He hesitated, then nodded. Thought I was imagining things. What do you think it was? Ben stared into the flames. I don't know. But I've been hiking these mountains for 20 years and I've never felt this watched. As the others emerged from their tents, I noticed they all had the same haunted look. None of us mentioned what we'd heard in the night as we prepared breakfast and broke down camp. But when we shouldered our packs and prepared to continue deeper into the wilderness, I couldn't help but feel we were making a terrible mistake. The morning fog clung to the forest floor as we set out, transforming familiar shapes into grotesque shadows. Our pace was slower than the day before, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead while simultaneously scanning the tree line, looking for... what? I wasn't sure. There's something off about these woods, Kate murmured as she fell into step beside me. I've hiked all over the country, but this place feels different. I nodded, relieved I wasn't the only one sensing it. Did you hear anything last night? Footsteps, she replied without hesitation. Circling the camp. Me too. I lowered my voice. Ben heard it as well. Do you think we should turn back? I considered it. The rational part of my brain said yes. If multiple people were uncomfortable, that was usually a sign to heed. but we'd planned this trip for so long, and we were already a day in. Turning back now seemed like an overreaction to what could have been a curious animal or even another hiker. "Let's see how today goes," I suggested. "If things get worse, we can always backtrack tomorrow." Kate nodded, though she didn't look convinced. Around midday, we stopped in a small clearing for lunch. The fog had lifted, but the sky remained overcast, casting everything in a grayish hue. As I unpacked my food, I noticed Michael staring intently at something on the ground nearby. "Guys, come look at this," he called, his voice strained. We gathered around what appeared to be tracks in the soft earth, large elongated impressions that resembled footprints but were oddly distorted, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. "What made these?" Jasmine asked, kneeling for a closer look. Ben shook his head. "Not sure. Bear tracks would be wider, more rounded. These are..." He trailed off, seemingly unwilling to complete the thought. "Human?" Kate suggested, her face pale. "No way," Michael said. "Look at the size, and those claw marks." I examined the tracks more carefully. They were arranged in a bipedal pattern, but were too large and strangely shaped to be human. Yet they didn't match any animal prints I was familiar with either. "Maybe it's a hoax," I suggested. "Other hikers messing around." Ben stood up, scanning the surrounding forest with narrowed eyes. "We haven't seen any other hikers since we started." We fell silent, the implications hanging in the air between us. Finally, I shouldered my pack. We should keep moving if we want to reach the next campsite before dark. As we continued our hike, the trail began to climb steeply, winding its way through increasingly dense forest. The trees here were ancient, their massive trunks covered in thick moss, their branches forming a canopy so complete that little light penetrated to the forest floor. Around mid-afternoon, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks. A crude structure made of branches and twigs twisted into an unnatural formation. It resembled a doorway or arch, standing about 7 feet tall in the middle of the trail. "What the hell is that?" Michael whispered. No one answered. I approached it cautiously, noting how the branches were woven together with deliberate precision. This wasn't something created by natural forces or an animal. This was made by human hands, or something with similar dexterity. "We shouldn't touch it," Jasmine said, her voice tight with fear. Ben walked around the structure, examining it from all angles. "I've seen things like this before," he said slowly. "Sometimes hikers or forest rangers mark trails with structures. But this?" He shook his head. "This is different." "Different how?" I asked. "These branches." He pointed to several that formed the apex of the arch. "They're freshly broken, and look at the way they're twisted together. It would take considerable strength." Kate pointed to something hanging from the center of the arch, a small leather pouch suspended by a cord. "What's that?" Before anyone could stop him, Michael reached up and took the pouch, untying it from the structure. As he did, a strange odor filled the air, earthy and metallic, like wet soil mixed with blood. "Don't open that," Ben warned, but Michael had already loosened the drawstring. Inside was a collection of small bones, what looked like animal teeth, and several dark matted clumps of fur or hair. A crude symbol was etched into one of the larger bones. Michael dropped the pouch as if it had burned him. "What the fuck?" "Could be from local kids messing around," Ben suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "Or maybe it's related to some kind of local tradition. Or maybe someone's trying to scare hikers away," I added, trying to sound reasonable despite the fear crawling up my spine. Kate looked at the structure again, then at the dense forest surrounding us. "I think it's working." After a brief discussion, we decided to continue our hike, stepping carefully around the structure rather than passing beneath it. None of us was willing to admit to being superstitious, but neither were we taking any chances. The rest of the afternoon passed in tense silence. Twice more we came across similar but smaller structures hidden among the trees just off the trail. We gave them a wide berth. It was nearly dusk when we reached our second campsite, a small area near a rocky outcropping that offered some protection from the wind. Unlike the previous site, this one showed no signs of recent human visitors. The fire ring had to be reconstructed, and the clearing was overgrown, as if it hadn't been used in years. As we set up camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Several times I thought I caught glimpses of movement among the trees, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there. The others seemed equally on edge, speaking in hushed tones and staying close together. After a hurried meal, we gathered around the fire, taking comfort in its warmth and light as darkness closed in around us. No one wanted to be the first to retire to their tent. "I think we should discuss what we found today," Kate finally said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Those structures were definitely man-made," Ben replied, "but I've never seen anything quite like them before." "What about the tracks?" I asked. Ben hesitated. "I'm not sure. Could be a deformed bear print, I suppose. Or it could be someone trying to create fake prints," Michael suggested. "You know, to support local legends." "What legends?" Jasmine asked. Michael glanced around as if making sure no one else was listening. "Remember I mentioned my cousin worked as a ranger here? He told me stories the local indigenous people have about these woods, about something they call..." A blood-curdling scream cut through the night, echoing across the mountains. We all jumped to our feet, instinctively moving closer together. "What was that?" Jasmine whispered, clutching Michael's arm. "Mountain lion, maybe," Ben said, but he was reaching for his hunting knife as he spoke. The scream came again, closer this time, a sound of pure agony that was unmistakably human. Then silence fell once more, heavier and more oppressive than before. None of us slept that night. We kept the fire burning bright, taking turns to keep watch. Nothing approached our camp, but several times during my watch I heard what sounded like whispering coming from just beyond the circle of firelight. Words in a language I didn't recognize, spoken in voices too low and distorted to be clearly heard. When dawn finally broke, we were all exhausted and on edge. The decision to turn back was unanimous. Whatever lay deeper in these woods, none of us wanted to encounter it. As we packed up camp, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. A small structure of twisted branches placed just at the edge of our clearing, identical to those we'd seen on the trail. It hadn't been there when we arrived. Someone, or something, had built it while we slept. We abandoned any pretense of continuing our planned route and began retracing our steps, moving as quickly as the terrain would allow. The mood was tense, conversation limited to necessary communication about the trail and our pace. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made us jump. "Did anyone notice that structure at the edge of our camp last night?" I finally asked as we stopped for a brief water break. Kate looked at me sharply. "What structure?" "One of those branch formations. It was at the northeast corner of the clearing." Ben shook his head. "It wasn't there when we set up camp. I'm certain of it." "So someone built it during the night," Michael concluded, voicing what we were all thinking. "While we were sleeping. Or while we were keeping watch," I added, remembering the whispering voices I'd heard during my turn. Jasmine's hand trembled as she recapped her water bottle. "We need to get out of these woods. Today." No one disagreed. As we continued hiking, I noticed something troubling. The trail looked different than it had the day before. Landmarks I remembered passing were missing or altered, and several times we came to forks that none of us recalled from our ascent. "The map shows only one trail through this section," Ben said, frowning as he studied our increasingly useless guide. "But this definitely branches." "Could we have gotten turned around somehow?" Kate suggested. "No way," Michael insisted. "We've been following the main trail back exactly the way we came." After a brief debate, we chose what appeared to be the more established path, But my unease grew with each step. The forest seemed to be changing around us, becoming denser, more primeval. The trees here were massive, their trunks gnarled and twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate, almost like faces locked in eternal screams. Around noon, we reached a clearing none of us recognized. In its center stood a large, flat rock formation, roughly circular, with smaller stones arranged around it in a pattern that was too regular to be natural. "This isn't right," I said, fear making my voice tight. "We didn't pass this on the way up." Ben consulted the map again, turning it different directions, as if that might somehow make our location clearer. "We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere." "Or someone altered the trail," Kate said quietly. We all looked at her. "Think about it," she continued. "Those branch structures, the tracks, that thing we heard screaming last night. What if someone's deliberately trying to lead us off course?" "But why?" Jasmine asked. "What would anyone gain from that?" No one had an answer, but her question hung in the air as we tried to reorient ourselves using the map and compass. According to our instruments, we needed to head east to intercept the main trail again, but that would mean bushwhacking through dense forest without a clear path. "We don't have much choice," Ben finally said. "We need to get back to the main trail before dark." We struck out east, with Ben leading the way and me bringing up the rear again. The going was much slower without a trail, the undergrowth thick and tangled, grabbing at our ankles and pulling at our packs. Several times I thought I heard footsteps paralleling our course just out of sight in the denser parts of the forest. But whenever I stopped to listen, there was only silence. About an hour into our detour, I realized I couldn't see Jasmine, who had been just ahead of me. I called out, but there was no response. The others, further ahead, stopped and turned back. "Where's Jasmine?" Michael asked, his voice rising in panic. "She was right in front of me," I said, scanning the forest. "Not more than 20 feet ahead." We called her name, our voices echoing through the trees. Nothing. "She couldn't have just disappeared," Kate said, eyes wide with fear. Michael was already backtracking, searching frantically. "Jasmine! Jasmine!" Ben grabbed his arm. "Keep your voice down," he hissed. "We don't know what's out there." The four of us spread out in a search pattern, staying within sight of each other as we retraced our steps. There was no sign of Jasmine, no discarded gear, no trail through the underbrush, nothing to indicate where she might have gone. "This is impossible," Michael said after 30 minutes of searching. "People don't just vanish." But she had. And deep down, I think we all felt the same terrible certainty. Whatever had been stalking us through the forest had taken her. "We need to find the trail and get help," Ben decided, his face grim. "We can come back with a proper search party." "We can't just leave her," Michael protested. "We're not equipped for this," Ben insisted. "It'll be dark in a few hours. If we don't find the trail by then, we're all in serious trouble." After a heated argument, Michael reluctantly agreed, though the look of anguish on his face cut deep. We marked our location as best we could and continued east, now moving with even greater urgency. The forest grew darker as the afternoon waned, not just from the setting sun, but from the increasingly thick canopy overhead. I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees themselves were closing in around us, herding us in a direction of their choosing rather than the one we'd intended. Then Kate screamed. We rushed to her side to find her pointing at something hanging from a branch about 6 feet off the ground, Jasmine's red bandana, the one she'd been wearing around her neck when she disappeared. It was tied in a precise knot, dangling like a macabre flag. "This wasn't here a minute ago," Kate whispered. "I swear it wasn't." "Someone's playing with us," Ben said, his voice hard as he unhooked the bandana, "trying to lure us deeper." "Or showing us which way to go to find her," Michael suggested desperately. Before we could debate further, a familiar sound echoed through the forest. The same inhuman scream we'd heard the previous night, but this time it was unmistakably coming from Jasmine's throat. The sound was coming from somewhere ahead of us, deeper into the forest. Michael was running before any of us could stop him, crashing through the underbrush toward the source of the scream. Ben cursed and took off after him, leaving Kate and me standing in momentary shock before we followed. I ran as fast as I could, but the forest floor was treacherous, full of hidden roots and sudden drops. Twice I nearly fell, catching myself at the last moment. Ahead, I could hear Ben calling Michael's name, his voice growing fainter as the distance between us increased. And then I was alone. Kate was no longer behind me, and I could no longer hear Ben ahead. The forest had swallowed them all, just as it had Jasmine. I stopped, breathing hard, trying to control the panic threatening to overwhelm me. The forest was silent again, the scream and my friends' voices replaced by an absolute stillness that pressed against my eardrums like a physical force. "Ben!" I called. "Kate! Michael!" Nothing. Not even an echo. The light was fading quickly now, the forest transforming into a maze of shadows where any shape could be hiding. I took out my flashlight, its beam pathetically small against the vast darkness surrounding me. As night fell completely, I knew I had to find shelter. Moving through the forest in the dark was too dangerous, both from natural hazards and whatever else was out there. I found a small depression beneath a rocky overhang that offered some protection, and crawled inside, using my emergency blanket for warmth. I tried the satellite communicator we'd brought for emergencies, but it couldn't establish a connection. Either the terrain was blocking the signal, or something was interfering with it. I was completely cut off. As I huddled in my makeshift shelter, I heard it again, the soft, deliberate footsteps circling just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. Round and round they went, unhurried, as if whatever made them had all the time in the world. Then came the whispering, the same unintelligible words I'd heard the night before, but closer now, clearer. Though I still couldn't understand the language, the tone was unmistakable. Hunger. I pressed myself deeper into the rocky alcove, clutching my hunting knife with white-knuckled fingers. The footsteps stopped directly in front of my hiding place. I held my breath, every muscle tense, as a shadow fell across the entrance. A silhouette that seemed human in its general outline, but wrong in its proportions, with limbs too long and a head that appeared misshapen. For a long, terrible moment, it stood there, as if contemplating whether to reach in and drag me out. Then, just as silently as it had appeared, it moved on, the footsteps resuming their circular pattern before gradually fading into the distance. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Instead, I sat with my back to the rock, knife ready, listening to the forest breathe around me. Sometime in the deepest part of the night, I heard Jasmine scream again, closer this time, followed by what sounded like Michael's voice calling my name, though the inflection was wrong somehow, the cadence unnatural. They were being mimicked, I realized, used as bait. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my shelter, stiff and exhausted. The forest looked different in the pale morning light. Less threatening, but no less alien. I tried to orient myself using the sun and my compass, but the readings made no sense, the needle spinning erratically whenever I tried to find north. I was lost. Completely, utterly lost in a forest that seemed determined to keep me that way. My only hope was to find my friends, or the trail, or better yet, both. Setting out in what I hoped was roughly the right direction, I tried to keep my movements quiet and my senses alert. Several times I thought I glimpsed figures moving through the trees at the edge of my vision, but they were gone when I turned to look directly. As the day wore on, I found more disturbing signs. Another small structure of twisted branches with a piece of Michael's shirt hanging from it. A series of those strange, elongated footprints leading in circles around a clearing, and most disturbingly, a tree with 5 long, deep gouges cut into its trunk, still oozing sap. Whatever had made those marks had claws like knives and strength enough to carve through solid wood. I was being herded, I realized, guided through this labyrinth of trees by something that was playing with me like a cat with a mouse. Each sign I found wasn't a clue but a breadcrumb, leading me exactly where it wanted me to go. And I was following willingly, because what choice did I have? By mid-afternoon, I was nearing collapse from exhaustion and dehydration. My water supply was dangerously low, and I hadn't found any streams to refill it. The few energy bars I had in my pocket wouldn't last another day. If I didn't find help, or at least water, soon, exposure would kill me before whatever was stalking me got the chance. The terrain had been gradually rising, leading me up a steep, rocky slope. At the top, I found myself at the edge of a small plateau overlooking a valley I didn't recognize. Nothing matched the maps we'd studied so carefully before our trip. It was as if we'd somehow wandered into a part of the wilderness that didn't exist on any chart. In the center of the plateau stood an enormous dead tree, its bare branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. At its base, arranged in a semicircle, were stones similar to those we'd seen in the clearing earlier. Flat rocks placed deliberately, with symbols carved into their surfaces that resembled no language I recognized. And tied to the trunk of the dead tree was Kate. I nearly cried out her name before instinct made me clamp my hand over my mouth. Something wasn't right. Kate was standing upright, her back against the tree, head slumped forward as if unconscious or... I couldn't finish the thought. I scanned the plateau carefully, looking for any sign of whoever had left her there. Nothing moved. The entire area was exposed, with no obvious places for someone to hide except the far edge where the forest resumed. Moving as quietly as possible, I approached Kate, my knife ready in one hand. As I got closer, I realized with growing horror that she wasn't tied to the tree at all. She was impaled on a branch that had been sharpened to a point and driven through her torso, pinning her in place. Her feet dangled several inches above the ground. I recoiled, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't a wild animal attack or any kind of accident. This was deliberate, ritualistic even, judging by the arranged stones and the careful positioning. Fighting back nausea, I forced myself to look more closely. Kate's body showed no signs of decomposition, suggesting this had happened recently, possibly within the last few hours. There were no obvious wounds apart from the impalement itself, no signs of struggle or torture. Her expression was peaceful, almost as if she'd been asleep when it happened. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. Who or what could have done this, and why? The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. A deranged hunter or hermit living in these woods, perhaps, or some kind of cult using the remote location for their rituals. But deeper instincts told me it was something else. Something older and more primal. As the initial shock subsided, I noticed something clutched in Kate's right hand. A small leather-bound journal I recognized as Ben's. He'd been keeping notes on our trip, documenting landmarks and observations. I hesitated, then steeled myself and approached Kate's body again. Carefully, I extracted the journal from her stiffening fingers. It fell open to the last written page, where Ben's normally neat handwriting had deteriorated into a frantic scrawl. It's not what we thought. Not a person, not an animal. The locals call it by many names, but Skinwalker is the one that stuck. It doesn't just mimic voices, it takes forms, takes faces. We've been seeing it all along, thinking it was each other. Don't trust what you see. Don't trust who you... The entry ended abruptly mid-sentence, a smear of what looked like blood staining the bottom of the page. I nearly dropped the journal as the implications hit me. If Ben's desperate notes were to be believed, we hadn't just been stalked by something. We'd been infiltrated by it. The thing could appear as one of us, could have been among us at any point during our trip. Had Jasmine really been Jasmine when she disappeared? Was Kate really Kate when I last saw her? How could I know? A terrible thought struck me. What if I was the only real one left? I had to get out of these woods. Now. I shoved the journal into my pocket and turned to leave the plateau, only to freeze at the sight of a figure standing at the edge of the forest, partially hidden by shadows. Even from a distance, I recognized the shape and size of Ben's frame, his distinctive posture. "Ben," I called cautiously, every muscle tense and ready to run. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there watching me. Then, slowly, it raised a hand and beckoned. I didn't move. Ben's own written warning echoed in my mind. "Don't trust what you see." "Ben, if that's really you, say something," I demanded, my voice shaking. The figure tilted its head at an unnatural angle, then took a single step forward into better light. It looked exactly like Ben, his face, his clothes, his build, except for the eyes, which were solid black like empty sockets. "It wants you to follow," came a voice from behind me. I spun around to find Michael standing a few feet away, though I hadn't heard him approach. His clothes were torn and dirty, his face scratched and streaked with grime, but he was undeniably alive. "Michael, is it really you?" I asked, backing away from both figures, knife raised defensively. "More or less," he replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I figured it out, you know. What it's doing. It's not just killing us, it's studying us, learning from us. That's why it mimics. That's how it hunts." "Where's Jasmine?" I demanded, continuing to back away until I felt the rough bark of the dead tree against my back. Michael's smile widened unnaturally. "Jasmine was the first. It took her form for a while, walked with us. You never noticed the difference." I remembered how quiet Jasmine had been after our discovery of the strange tracks, how she'd stayed slightly apart from the group. Had that been the real Jasmine, or... "What happened to Ben?" I asked, gesturing toward the figure still standing at the forest's edge. Michael glanced over his shoulder. "That's not Ben. Not anymore. I'm not sure it ever was. And you? Are you really Michael?" He laughed, a hollow sound that echoed across the plateau. "What do you think?" In that moment, I made my decision. Neither of these things was human, whatever they looked like. The real Michael and Ben were gone, just like Jasmine and Kate. I was on my own. "I think you're both the same thing," I said, gathering my courage. "And I think you're done playing with me." The thing wearing Michael's face stopped laughing. Its expression hardened into something inhuman despite the familiar features. "Not quite done," it said in a voice that no longer sounded entirely like Michael's. "There's still so much to learn from you." The Ben thing at the edge of the forest began moving toward us with a gait that was just slightly wrong, too fluid, as if its joints worked differently than human ones. I was trapped between them, with the dead tree and Kate's body at my back. In desperation, I lunged at the Michael thing, slashing with my knife. It moved with impossible speed, dodging the blade and grabbing my wrist with a grip that felt like iron. Its skin was fever hot against mine, and up close I could see subtle wrongness in its features. Proportions that were slightly off, textures that didn't quite match human skin. "You shouldn't have done that," it said, its voice now a distorted version of Michael's, layered with other sounds that no human throat could produce. I fought with every ounce of strength I had, kicking and twisting, somehow breaking its grip enough to back away. The Ben thing was closer now, moving with that same unnatural grace. They were hurting me, I realized, backing me toward the dead tree where Kate's body hung as a grotesque warning of my fate. Something inside me snapped. If I was going to die here, I wouldn't go quietly. I charged at the Michael thing again, but this time I feinted with the knife before suddenly changing direction and running straight for the edge of the plateau, aiming for the gap between the two creatures. They reacted with startling quickness, converging to cut me off. But in their eagerness, they collided with each other, creating a momentary opening. I hurled myself through it, tucking into a roll and coming up running. Behind me, I heard sounds that no human vocal cords could make, screeching howls of frustration mixed with guttural clicks and pops. I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, charging into the forest at the edge of the plateau, letting gravity and desperation carry me down the steep slope beyond. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept moving, changing direction frequently to break any pursuit. My lungs burned and my legs trembled with exhaustion, but fear drove me onward. As the light began to fade from the sky, I finally allowed myself to slow, listening for any sound of pursuit. The forest was quiet, not the oppressive, watching silence of before, but the natural quiet of approaching night. I found a small stream and drank deeply, refilling my water bottle. Then I climbed a sturdy pine tree, securing myself among its branches with my belt. It wasn't much protection, but at least nothing could sneak up on me while I slept. If those things were still hunting me, they'd have to wait until morning. I must have been more exhausted than I realized, because despite my precarious position and the horrors I'd witnessed, I fell into a deep sleep shortly after securing myself in the tree. When I awoke, pale dawn light was filtering through the branches, and my body was stiff and sore from the awkward sleeping position. For a moment, I didn't move, just listened. The forest was alive with normal morning sounds, birds calling, small animals rustling in the underbrush. The oppressive silence that had haunted us for days was gone, replaced by the natural symphony of wilderness. Carefully, I descended from my perch, wincing as blood returned to cramped limbs. I took stock of my situation. 1 water bottle, now full. 2 energy bars. A hunting knife. A compass that might or might not be reliable. And Ben's journal, which contained information I still hadn't fully processed. Most importantly, I had no idea where I was or how to get back to civilization. As I ate one of my remaining energy bars, I studied the journal more carefully. Ben had been documenting our entire journey, including compass readings and terrain features. If I could match his descriptions to my surroundings, I might be able to orient myself. The entries from our first day seemed normal enough. Technical descriptions of the trail, notes about weather conditions, coordinates that matched our planned route. But beginning with the entry from our first night, a sense of unease crept into his writing. Something circled camp last night. M thinks it was a coyote, but movement pattern was too deliberate. Need to stay alert. By the second day, yesterday, I realized with shock, his notes had grown increasingly concerned. Trail doesn't match map. Landmarks missing or altered. J acting strange since we found tracks. Quieter, keeps separating from group. Watch her. Then came a series of fragmented observations, written in increasingly erratic handwriting. Local legends, shapeshifter, mimic, not human. It takes forms, takes memories. J knew things only the real J would know. Perfect deception. It's learning from us. Each form it takes, it understands us better. K missing now. Found her pack abandoned. No signs of struggle. And finally, the desperate warning I'd already read, ending with that ominous smear of blood. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. According to Ben's notes, this thing, whatever it was, had been systematically picking us off one by one, possibly taking our forms to confuse the rest of the group. First Jasmine, then Kate, then Ben himself had fallen victim to it. And Michael, or the thing I'd encountered wearing Michael's face, had all but confirmed it. But why? Ben suggested it was learning from us, studying human behavior perhaps. But to what end? And why the elaborate rituals, the structures of twisted branches, the arranged stones? I shook my head. Those were questions for researchers and folklorists, if I survived to tell them. Right now, my only priority was getting out alive. Using the position of the rising sun and Ben's earlier compass readings, I made my best guess at which direction would lead back to the main trail. If I was wrong, at least moving with purpose was better than waiting to be found. I traveled cautiously but quickly, pausing frequently to listen and scan my surroundings. The normal forest sounds were reassuring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the thing or things from yesterday might still be hunting me. Around mid-morning, I found something that made my heart leap. Boot prints on a muddy section of ground, heading in the same direction I was traveling. Human boot prints with the distinctive tread pattern of modern hiking boots. I knelt to examine them more closely. They were fresh, probably made within the last few hours, and they belonged to someone with a foot size similar to Ben's. Was it possible he had survived after all? Or was this another trap, like Jasmine's bandana or Kate's body displayed as bait? After a moment's hesitation, I decided to follow the tracks. If it was Ben, we'd have a better chance of survival together. If it was a trap, well, I was heading in this direction anyway, and at least the prints indicated some kind of path through the dense forest. The tracks led me to a small stream, the same one I'd found last night, I realized. They continued along its bank for several hundred yards before veering away into the trees. I followed, moving as silently as possible. Late in the morning, I caught my first glimpse of the person making the tracks, a figure moving through the trees about 50 yards ahead, wearing what looked like Ben's distinctive blue jacket. I froze, remembering the Ben thing from yesterday with its solid black eyes and unnatural movements. Was this the same creature still wearing his form? Or had Ben somehow escaped just as I had? Ben? I called softly, ready to run at the first sign of danger. The figure stopped, then slowly turned around. It was Ben, or something wearing his face perfectly. He looked exhausted and dirty, with a makeshift bandage wrapped around his left forearm, stained with dried blood. "Is that really you?" he asked, his voice hoarse but unmistakably human in its uncertainty. I approached cautiously, knife ready at my side. "How do I know you're really Ben?" He gave a tired laugh. "How do I know you're really you, after what we've seen?" He trailed off, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, a smooth stone with a fossil embedded in it. "Remember this? You found it on our hike in the Cascades last year. Said it reminded you of the trip we took in college." I did remember. It was a small, personal detail that wouldn't have been in any of our documents or conversations on this trip. Something the creature wouldn't know unless it had access to all our memories, which seemed unlikely given its need to study us. I lowered my knife slightly. "What happened to your arm?" Ben glanced at the crude bandage. "It grabbed me when it was wearing Kate's face. I managed to break free, but it took a piece of me with it." He shuddered at the memory. "I've been running ever since, trying to find my way back." "I found your journal," I said, pulling it from my pocket. "By Kate's, by her body." His expression darkened. "It wanted me to see what it did to her. Left my journal there as a message." "For who? For us?" Ben shook his head. "I don't think it was meant for us. I think it was meant for others like it. A sign of what happened here. A claim on territory, maybe." We compared notes quickly, filling in the gaps in each other's experiences. Ben had witnessed Kate's capture, or rather, the capture of the thing wearing Kate's form. The real Kate had apparently been taken much earlier, possibly even before we made camp the second night. "It was playing with us," Ben explained, "seeing how long it could maintain the deception, learning our behaviors, our relationships." "But why?" I asked. "What does it want?" "Territory, maybe. Food, or maybe it's just curious. Different. We study animals to understand them better. Why wouldn't another intelligent species do the same to us?" I wasn't sure I wanted to consider the implications of that comparison. "We need to keep moving," Ben said, glancing nervously at the sky. "It's stronger at night, and it might not be alone." We set off together, moving faster now that we had each other for support and validation. Ben seemed reasonably confident about our direction, and as the day wore on, the forest began to look more familiar, more like the terrain we'd hiked through on our first day. In the early afternoon, we found our first undeniable sign that we were on the right track. One of the trail markers we'd passed on our hike in, a metal plate attached to a tree with the trail number stamped into it. "We're close," Ben said, relief evident in his voice. "The main trail can't be more than a mile from here." We picked up our pace, energy renewed by the prospect of escape. The forest around us continued to look and sound normal, with no sign of the unnatural silence or watching presence that had plagued us before. Then Ben stopped abruptly, holding up a hand for silence. I froze, listening. Voices. Human voices calling from somewhere ahead. A search party, perhaps, looking for us. "Hello," Ben shouted before I could stop him. "We're here. Help!" The voices stopped, then resumed closer now. I grabbed Ben's arm. "Wait," I whispered. "What if it's not really rescuers? What if it's them?" He hesitated, doubt creeping into his expression. "But it sounds like..." Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the trees ahead. A forest ranger in full uniform, complete with badge and utility belt. Behind him came 2 more rangers and a man in civilian clothes who I recognized with shock as Michael. "Ben! Thank God!" Michael called, rushing forward. "We've been searching for days." I held Ben back, knife raised defensively. "Stay where you are," I ordered. "All of you." The rangers exchanged concerned glances. The one in front spoke carefully. "We understand you've been through a traumatic experience. We're here to help. Michael here made it back to the ranger station 2 days ago and reported your group missing." 2 days ago? That wasn't possible. We'd all been together as of yesterday morning. "That's not Michael," I said firmly. "I saw Michael yesterday, or something wearing his face." The Michael figure looked confused and concerned. "What are you talking about? I got separated from the group during the storm. I've been trying to find you ever since." "What storm?" Ben asked sharply. "There wasn't any storm." One of the rangers stepped forward cautiously. "There was a severe thunderstorm 3 nights ago, caused flash flooding in parts of the park. That's why we couldn't start the search sooner." I shook my head, trying to make sense of the contradicting information. 3 nights ago would have been our first night in the woods. There had been no storm. Unless time worked differently in whatever part of the forest we'd been trapped in. Or unless our perception of time had been manipulated somehow. "Test him," I told the rangers, gesturing toward Michael. "Ask him something only the real Michael would know." The lead ranger sighed but complied. "What's your full name and date of birth?" "Michael James Reeves, born May 17th, 1986, Michael replied immediately. "That's information anyone could know," I insisted, "or anything that could read his ID." "Look," the lead ranger said patiently, "we can sort this out back at the station. Right now, our priority is getting you medical attention and out of these woods before dark." Dark. The word triggered something in my memory. Ben saying the creature was stronger at night. I glanced at the sky, noting with alarm that the afternoon was already waning. "We need to leave," I said urgently to Ben. "Now, with or without them." Ben studied the rangers and Michael carefully, then nodded almost imperceptibly. "All right," he said loudly. "We'll come with you, but we stay together and we move fast." The lead ranger nodded. "Our vehicles are about 2 miles from here. If we keep a good pace, we'll make it before sunset." As we set off, I kept Ben close and my knife ready. The rangers led the way, with Michael walking alongside them, occasionally glancing back at us with what looked like genuine concern. Was it possible I was wrong? Could this be the real Michael after all? The forest grew darker as we walked, the late afternoon sun blocked by the mountains to the west. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched again. That same oppressive presence I'd felt for days now closing in around us. "Do you feel it?" I whispered to Ben. He nodded grimly. "They're back. Or they never left." "What do we do?" Before he could answer, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. the same inhuman sound we'd heard before, but closer than ever, coming from multiple directions at once. The rangers froze, hands moving instinctively to their sidearms. "What the hell was that?" one of them asked, voice tight with fear. Michael turned to us, his expression unreadable. "You know what it is, don't you? That's what you've been running from." More screams answered from the forest around us, forming a chorus of agony that made my skin crawl. The rangers drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around us. "Move!" the lead ranger ordered. "Now! Stay together!" We broke into a run, following the rangers down what was now clearly a marked trail. The screams pursued us, seeming to come from all directions at once. Twice I thought I saw movement at the corner of my vision, tall, elongated silhouettes moving with that same unnatural fluidity among the trees. "They're hurting us," Ben gasped as we ran. "What?" the lead ranger demanded. "Don't follow the trail," Ben insisted. "It's what they want." But there was no time to argue or explain. The rangers kept to the path, and we had no choice but to follow or be left behind. As we rounded a bend in the trail, we came to an abrupt halt. Blocking our path was one of the twisted branch structures, larger than any we'd seen before, spanning the entire width of the trail like a macabre gateway. The lead ranger approached it cautiously. "What the hell is this thing?" "Don't touch it," I warned, but he was already reaching for it, examining the intricate weaving of branches. "It's just branches," he said dismissively. "Someone's idea of a joke. We can go around—" His words cut off as something moved within the structure. A shadow that didn't match any of us, detaching itself from the twisted branches and lunging forward with impossible speed. The ranger's scream was cut short as he was dragged backward into the densest part of the forest. The other rangers fired their weapons, the shots echoing through the trees, but whatever had taken their colleague was already gone. "Run!" Michael shouted, grabbing my arm. "The vehicles are just ahead." The remaining rangers didn't need to be told twice. They bolted down the trail, with Michael close behind. Ben and I hesitated just a moment before following, no longer caring if Michael was real or not. Our only chance was reaching those vehicles before dark. The trail widened suddenly, opening onto a small clearing where 2 Forest Service SUVs were parked. The rangers were already at the first vehicle, fumbling with keys, while Michael ran for the second. We were going to make it. We were actually going to escape. Then I saw them, figures emerging from the forest on all sides, moving with that same wrong gait. Some wore faces I recognized. Jasmine, Kate, even the lead ranger who'd just been taken. Others were stranger, with features that seemed halfway between human and something else, as if the mimicry was incomplete or deliberately abandoned. The rangers fired again, emptying their weapons into the advancing figures with little effect. One of them managed to start an SUV, its engine roaring to life. "Get in!" Michael shouted from the second vehicle, its door open and waiting. Ben and I sprinted for the SUVs, even as the figures closed in around us. I reached Michael's vehicle first, diving into the passenger seat as Ben scrambled into the back. Michael gunned the engine, wheels spinning in the dirt as we accelerated out of the clearing. In the rearview mirror, I could see the other SUV following, the remaining rangers inside. As we sped down the forest road, putting distance between us and the clearing, I finally allowed myself to breathe. We'd made it. Somehow, against all odds, we'd escaped. "What were those things?" Michael asked, his voice shaking as he gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. I looked at Ben in the back seat, saw the same haunted understanding in his eyes that I felt in my bones. "Something that doesn't want to be known," I replied quietly. "Something that's been here long before us, and will be here long after." Michael glanced at me, then back at the road. "Will anyone believe us?" I thought about what we'd experienced. The mimicry, the rituals, the sense of being studied by something intelligent but utterly inhuman. About Kate's body displayed like a warning or a trophy. About the way the forest itself had seemed to conspire against us, altering paths and distorting time. "It doesn't matter if they believe us," I said finally. What matters is that we never go back there, and we make sure no one else does either. As the SUV carried us away from the forest and toward civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped, that something of the forest, of the Watchers, had come with us. A lingering presence at the edge of awareness, patient and calculating. Waiting. In the rearview mirror, the darkening forest receded, but in my mind, I could still hear those whispering voices and see those elongated shadows moving with unnatural grace among the ancient trees. Still feel those solid black eyes watching, learning, adapting. Some places don't want to be discovered, I realized. Some predators don't want to be understood. They just want to be left alone to hunt as they have for centuries, hidden within the silent spaces between civilization and wilderness, where reality itself seems negotiable. And now we knew they existed, these Watchers in the woods. This knowledge would forever be our burden, and perhaps someday our undoing.